flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing. We have a young lady by the name of Amaris Eby. She's an 8th grader at Tacona Middle High School, and she'll sing the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early lights what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fights o'er the ramparts we'd watch were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the nights that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Amaris, well done. I'd like to introduce Superintendent of Schools Reuben Duncan for opening remarks and introduction of the members of the SAU 47 School Board. Reuben?
Welcome, everyone. Welcome to CMHS, home of Conant High School, 2025 New Hampshire School of Excellence. Before I make some introductions tonight, just a few housekeeping items. In the case of an emergency or a fire alarm going off, where you came in, on this side over here, where our principal David Dustin is, those doors, that is one exit. There are 2 exits, the double doors on either side, out back. There is also an exit here and a side exit, but this exit right here out in front will lead you outside pretty quickly if you just keep going to your right. I'll introduce you to the school board, the Jaffrey Ringe Cooperative School Board. To my right first, Chair from Ringe, Lisa Wiley. From Ringe, Chris Ratcliffe. From Jaffrey, Vice Chair Christine Pressman. And John McCarthy from Jaffrey. To my left, I think you've already been introduced to our attorney, Gordon Graham, who will be here tonight to help us out, if need be. Carrie Shields is the district's CFO. Judy Furstenberg is the at-large, serving both Jaffrey and Ringe. Sandy Stewart from Jaffrey, board member, and not with us tonight, but certainly a important board member here for many, many years, is Charlie Eicher from Ringe. Other individuals that may be asked to answer questions or speak to topics that might arise. We have down here at this table, we have our Ringe Memorial School Principal, Nicola Fraley, our Director of Student Services, Dr. Jennifer Horn, our Activities Director in the district, Heather Lindstad, our Jaffrey Grade School Principal, Deanna Zilski, and our Conant Middle High School Principal, David Dustin. And I typically say something at this event, just introducing just what we're doing or more an update as a school or as a school district. This time, I think it's appropriate just to continue to recognize individuals in this community who have stepped up this past year for our children through donating their time, donating their money, donating their efforts so that our kids can have the experiences that they need in order to grow and flourish. I'd like to thank the Jaffrey Ringe Education Foundation that has donated $3,000 for the electrical journeyman education at the Conant Middle High School and also has sponsored some staff events. They also are a proud sponsor of the partnership that we have with Franklin Pierce University for the Inquiry Scholars Program and the Writing Nest program that is both at Ringe Memorial School and the Jaffrey Grade School. Harris Education Center, so the Harris Center. We've been a long-standing partner with the Harris Center in Hancock, New Hampshire, and when they had heard of our challenges this past year, they stepped up and made sure that we were provided the services that we needed. They had some other individuals from around the region provide support so that could happen, and we've also had some individuals inside this community who have helped make that happen as well. Jaffrey Grade School Parent Group, there are too many of these items to list, but they basically made sure that residencies of the arts and other types of programming, science programming, STEM programming, field trips has been able to take place at the Jaffrey Grade School, all in every grade level. Mountain Shade LLC has donated equipment for us so that we can make things safer down at the fields and also provide services to the community through live streaming for the first time this coming spring. We have Kendra Hatton from her boutique store and donated to the athletic program. Patricia Martin donated couple $1,000 so that Jaffrey Grade School could have NHDI as a school residency, a whole school residency. The Community Center of Jaffrey donated for several grade levels to have field trips. Hannaford's Help School Program donated money to both schools. The RMS Student Council, comprised of the students of of Ringe Memorial School, they raised their own funds, $7,500 and at least for their own field trips. Ken and Mary Bruck also provided a couple $1,000s for student activities to pay for field trips over at Ringe Memorial School, also for lunches and whatever else the principal needed for the programs over there. Robert and Julia Dotson also provided for Ringe Memorial School, and Global Partners provided money. SCR Foundation provided JGS 5th grade trip. Wendy and Justin Charles and their relationship with the Delta Airlines Foundation have actually donated a couple times, but this most recent one was $10,000. $3,000 to the CMHS drama, $3,000 for other things that the school would need discretionary-wise, such as feeding children and other types of events. Jaffrey Grade School and Ringe Memorial School, they donated $2,000 each for specific projects that the school district had been working on there for the kids. And Badger Bomb provided $1,000 to JGS books and classroom materials. We also had some individuals working to write grants. I write many of the grants here, but always do it in partnership with other individuals. And so I want to thank Principal David Dustin for writing a grant for Millipore Sigma for $12,500 for STEM education to continue the work. If you have not watched his presentation, he and Kim Baker, school counselor director, from this past Monday, it's well worth looking at the innovation and the progress that they have been making and the exciting things that are set for next year. Also, this past year, thank you to Kim Baker for working with me and the Department of Education, in partnership with the Department of Education, to receive a $1.25 million 5-year grant for safe and secure schools, and so we'll be working on that. We have had about a half a year of that, and we'll continue on with that. Special thanks to Vice Principal over at Rindge Memorial School, David Frazier, because an earlier grant that we had received with the Department of Education here, he had done such a good job leading that effort. Our school district was asked to apply for this specific federal grant. And then other people to thank as well as Storm Metters, because she helped write a different grant a couple years ago for community schools, which our former JGS principal, Susan Shaw-Sarles, was overseeing that grant. Many of you were part of that with your children, ages birth to 8 years old. A lot of neat things happened there, and a lot of community building happened there. But because just like it is typical with grants, when you write some grants and you have to be really thorough, you can use those items again. And so a lot of Storm's expertise was able to be used for other types of grants that we had to write. So I just want to thank everyone who has been supporting our schools for your generosity, for your continued messages of encouragement. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here tonight and being part of this process, and let's have a good night.
Thank you, Ruben. I do want to introduce one other person, and that is Leslie McLean, who is our school district clerk. She's up front here taking minutes. And since we're in the process of thanking people, there are a few others I'd like to mention. I've asked for the assistance of Hutch Hutchinson, who is the town moderator for Jaffrey, and also Kirk Stenerson, who is the town moderator for the town of Rindge. They will be manning the ballot boxes. We do have 3 requests for secret ballots tonight, so their assistance is very much appreciated. Also want to recognize Sharon Teeger and for also helping with that. And Dan Whitney. I didn't forget, just checking my notes. Dan Whitney also from the town of Rindge. Appreciate the help of the supervisors of the checklist, both from Rindge and Jaffrey. If anybody has not yet signed in and wishes to vote tonight, the Jaffrey supervisors of the checklist are over there, and Rindge is over there. To my right, your left. David Dustin, Principal, thank you for overseeing the setup of the session. Heather Lindstad for rescheduling use of the Pratt. Not an easy task, I'm sure. We certainly appreciate the setup and the breakdown of the meeting by the custodial and facility staff here at Conant. Alex and the audiovisual broadcast engineering of AMT Productions, they're in the back. Board members have already been introduced. And Carrie Shields, Chief Financial Officer, and of course, Ruben Duncan. Thank you, Ruben, for those comments at the beginning. A couple of housekeeping chores. The deliberative session is being streamlined on Facebook Live and on Zoom. However, commenting is closed on both platforms because one must be physically present at the meeting to participate. Of course, common sense, no smoking is allowed in the building. Restrooms and fire escapes have already been commented on by Ruben Duncan. Non-residents should be seated in the non-resident section, which is in the bleacher area in the far back, although I kind of wonder if we're perhaps full of voting members at this point. It is mixed, okay. We have close to 500 people in this room, plus the overflow. This is probably the best attended deliberative session that, since I've been moderator, which is 12 years, that we've ever seen here. So let me take a moment to explain the process for the deliberative session this evening. But first of all, how many of you here tonight are attending your very first school district deliberative session? A show of hands, please. Real high. Wave them. Okay, good. Thank you and welcome. Here's what you need to know about the deliberative session tonight. The deliberative body, that's all the registered voters from both towns, we meet annually in the deliberative session. This tonight is the first of two sessions. During this annual meeting, the body finalizes the wording and dollar amounts of the various warrant articles recommended by the school board and those submitted by petition. And of course, the public is invited to make comments. Members of the deliberative body may discuss each warrant article, voice their support, or speak in opposition against the warrant. They can make a motion to amend the warrant article's wording or the dollar amount within the law. They can second such a motion to amend, discuss the amendment, and agree on the final wording, which will go on the ballot for the town elections in both Jaffrey and Ringe on March 10th. Our second meeting is the voting day. The vote on the finalized warrant articles and the candidates for office will be March 10th here in the Pratt for Jaffrey residents and at Ringe Memorial School for Ringe residents. Voting in both towns runs from 7 o'clock in the morning till 7 o'clock in both towns. So here's the general procedure. We have 9 warrant articles. Once read and discussed, we can approve the warrant articles as presented or amend them. We can amend the wording or the dollar amounts of the warrant articles within the limits of the law. By the way, amendments should be presented in writing to both the town clerk, who's sitting in front of me, school district clerk, sorry, Leslie, and also to the moderator, yours truly. An amendment requires a second. If there's no second, the amendment does not come to the floor. This can be followed by discussion. After discussion, a simple majority vote to determine if the amendment passes or fails occurs. No amendments can be made to amendments. Simply speaking, it gets confusing. So any amendments are handled one at a time. Now, motions can be made to restrict reconsideration of a warrant article once the wording and/or dollar amounts are approved for the March 10th election in both towns. Let me explain. Sometimes a warrant article's wording is found agreeable, and many people will leave, as an example, after the budget vote. To prevent a possibility of what I call the 11th hour reconsideration of that which had been approved earlier in the evening, the moderator will recognize a motion after warrant article discussion is finished to restrict reconsideration. Now, this occurs immediately after the discussion has ended and the warrant article wording has been approved. When moved and seconded and approved by you, the voters, that means that no one can ask that the previously agreed upon wording or dollar figure can be reconsidered this evening. This is protection for those who may need to leave early and don't want to learn that the wording or dollar figures to which this body had already agreed, who should be on the ballot, has been changed by a late motion to revisit that which has been previously approved. Another thing which we will have is called a motion to call the question. That's to end a discussion. You may feel after a while we're starting to repeat ourselves. So a motion to end discussion will be recognized, but only after those who are at the microphone have spoken or elect not to speak. Please do not approach the microphone once the question has been called, as after those who are already at the mic have the opportunity to speak. We will then take a vote to end or to continue discussion. Questions regarding procedure or clarification of the law will be directed by the moderator to our district legal counsel, Gordon Graham. So let's take a look at the voting that will take place. First of all, you must be physically present to vote. If you are in an overflow room, which is down below in the cafeteria, you will come into the Pratt here to vote, and voting will be held open for you. This is especially important if we do a voice or a show of hands vote. Now, for a secret ballot, I will check with the audience at least twice after it appears everyone has voted to ask, is there anybody who has not yet voted? Once it's been determined that everybody has voted, the voting will cease, and the two moderators from both towns and their assistants will then count the ballots. We will then continue on with the business at hand. Voting can be done by voice vote, show of hands, or secret ballot. The latter of 5 registered voters sign a petition requesting same. Now, for the purpose of voice and show of hands voting, we ask that people who are not registered voters in either town sit in the bleacher sections, which I know is mixed somewhat over there. This is important. Should a secret ballot be requested, and yes, there is, we're going to be using green ballots. And you notice they have A, B, C, D, and E. When you vote, you will tear off the yes or the no, and for the very first secret ballot, we will use the A. If you use a B or a C or D, we cannot count that because we cannot tell whether somebody decided to circle around and vote again. We'll go over those instructions again before we go to a secret ballot. Public participation, you must be physically present to speak, and you must be a resident of Jaffrey or Rindge, and must be over 18 years of older. I would like to ask your approval, however, by a show of hands vote. Your approval, yes or no, if a non-resident district staff at the school, may they speak at the meeting? And if you're in favor of this, please signify so by holding up your card and saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, it does carry. I'd also like to ask if this body would approve if students under 18 may speak at this meeting. All those in favor signify so by saying aye. Aye. Wow, okay. And those opposed? No. Okay, the ayes have it. Speakers who are unable to physically come to the microphone up front here can be bought a portable microphone by a student runner. Please raise your hand and a runner will come to you. The runner will alert the moderator that you wish to speak. A request, please do not shout out from the floor. If somebody has a point of inquiry or point of order, that will be in order and will be so recognized. But otherwise, please do not shout out from the floor. Speakers from this body should limit their comments to 3 minutes. We've done this in the past with your approval. This should be ample time to express your opinion, ask a question, or offer an amendment. Again, this should be in writing. At the end of 3 minutes, if you're still speaking, the moderator will request that you come to your conclusion comments so that others may speak. If you have written comments, please leave a copy with the district clerk. After all people who wish to speak on a particular warrant issue have had the opportunity to speak the first time, a previous speaker who wishes to speak a second time may speak again. I'm coming to the close of my comments, but I want to share something which is very important. Discussions are to be respectfully presented. I wish to emphasize this. In any large group, there always seems to be a couple people who feel that it's appropriate to have catcalls or heckling. It's not appropriate. It's not appropriate and it's disrespectful to anyone in this room. And I will ask such individuals to maintain order, and if not, to depart the room. I have that authority. No one should be disrespected, so personal attacks on members of this deliberative body, the JRCSD staff, the moderator, or any other person are not allowed, period.
The police have asked to make certain that people are not blocking the exits. The police have asked. just inside here.
Okay.
The doorways.
I've been asked by the police, both Jaffrey and Ringe, to please do not block the exits. So if you're standing in the door, you would be considered blocking the exit. So please come in, have a seat, or go to the overflow room. Overflow room is down right through the door, down the stairs. And yes, you will be able to vote, of course. Yeah, line up here for, if anybody wishes to speak, the microphone is here. We'd ask you to line up in a queue right here, and you should not be talking with each other. Okay. What I will ask is if you are comfortable with the rules which I've shared, especially a 3-minute rule, please signify so by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Thank you. Okay, we have 9 warrant articles this evening. The first warrant article is actually one on which you will vote on Tuesday, March 10th at your town election, where you will also vote for the SAU school board member and a moderator. The first article we will discuss this evening is Article 2, which relates to the proposed SAU 47 operating budget. As our cooperative school district deliberative session is governed by the passage of Senate Bill 2, we shall vote in the 2 towns via paper ballot on the SAU 47 warrant articles as we agree to the wording and the dollars this evening. Again, the voting in both towns will be on Tuesday, March the 10th. So at this particular time, I'll read warrant Article 10, or rather Article 2, and I have this cue card right in front of me. So, shall the school district vote to raise and appropriate as an operating budget, not including appropriations by special warrant articles and other appropriations voted separately, the amount set forth on the budget posted with the warrant or as amended by vote of the first session for the purposes set forth therein, totaling $33,500.
33 million.
What'd I say? Oh, sorry about that. Once again,
All those in favor?
I won't ask all those in favor. Our tax rate will go down to about a quarter of a second. Okay, totaling $33,500,000. Should this article be defeated, the default budget shall be $31,991,442, which is the same as last year, with certain adjustments required by previous action of the school district or by law, or the governing body may hold one special meeting in accordance with RSA 40:13, sections X, 10, and 16, to take up the issue of the revised operating budget only. I've just read to you Article 2, and I'd like to turn to the school board, and Is would like to speak to this.
Forty-three, please. This is only a little daunting. Hi, everybody. I'm Lisa Wiley. I am the school board chair. I've been Jaffrey Ringe school board member for the past 5 years and new to the chair position. And I want to thank Bob for moderating this meeting. And I want to thank Gordon, our legal counsel, for answering countless questions. I want to thank Leslie for organizing this event, which, I mean, look around. This took a massive amount, and we're starting on time, and it's just crazy. So well done. And I want to thank Kerry for helping us to make sense of this data. All right, can you hear me in the back? Love that. Okay. All of the slides that are being presented tonight are available on the website. We had the link up, and so everything that we're doing is there. The focus of this deliberative session is not for the board to present information to you, as much as it is for you, the community, to decide what will be the final language voted on by our towns on March 10th. To that end, we are not going to be presenting in-depth accounts. That's been done, most recently at our budget hearing a few weeks ago at Ringe Memorial. Tonight is for answering your questions to the best of our ability to provide clarity so you can make your decisions. The slides are here to give a very brief and general synopsis of a full year's work, all of which can be found on our website and as it has been transparently available for the past 8 years. Here on the screen now are our district priorities. They reflect years of progress and vision, matched with skilled and creative resource management. None of these should be a surprise. Our goals have remained consistent for 15 years at least. You will hear more about the last piece, open enrollment, as we go through the articles. So if you have questions about that piece, please wait until Chris talks to that one. Slide 44, please. Don't know how much I'm in the way. Am I in the way? Should I sit down? Raise your hands if I'm in the way. 1. All right. I'll stay here and then I'll sit down. Okay. Here are our asks. This is why our proposed budget is approximately $1.5 million above the default. Please understand that while we cannot guarantee that these items will not be possible in some form, they should the proposed budget fail, and should we revert to the default budget on March 10th. We know from this past year's $3 million cut that our reserves are just gone. And there are already programs that we will not see again in our district in any foreseeable future. Another drastic budget cut would be devastating, if not crippling. Slide 45. Oh, not ready yet. Just getting out of the way. This slide is difficult to summarize in a minute or two. Later in the presentation, we have a slide that shows enrollment numbers. We have like 45 slides, mostly to answer questions as they come up. In that slide, you would see that enrollment continues to decline. It would be convenient for some to believe that it is because of, say, education freedom accounts, which made it finally possible for students to leave our federally and state-regulated school system. And yes, the highest percentage of students using those funds in the state are Ringe residents, 218 as of January. 28% of Ringe's total student population get EFAs. But the data from the Department of Education shows that the EFAs are not going to students from public schools. They are going to students already enrolled elsewhere or homeschooling. Very, very few are going to students actually leaving. Our enrollment decline, if you do a quick statewide census search, will quickly tell you that New Hampshire, as well as many states, is experiencing long-standing declining birth rates and very slow population growth due to many factors. Slide 46. So here's our summary. We are proposing a budget unanimously of $33.5 million. It is an increase. It is an increase to the adopted budget. It's an increase above the operating budget. And it's 1.5 above the default budget. This proposed budget allows the district to put athletics and activities and the preschool program back into the budget. It retains existing staff, which were funded by retainage as a one-time measure back in August. The board is unanimous in asking the community to support the addition of an assistant superintendent of curriculum and facilities to provide a succession model for our leadership and alleviate many of the extra roles placed upon our administration. This position is designated within the proposed budget. While this is a position the board has been looking to add for years, the strain of this past year on our district has designated this as a priority. That's all I have to say up here. We'll be answering questions, but I really wanted to keep this brief. I am truly grateful at this turnout. This is daunting, but we can get through this. The outcome is really important, though, for March 10th. So I ask you to please respectfully listen to each other. Thank you.
At this time, if you would like to speak to Warrant Article 2, I'd ask you to queue up here on this side. And when you approach the mic, please, your name and your town.
Aaron Quinn, Ringe. Good evening. I stand before you as a parent of 2 students in the Jaffrey Ringe School District, a taxpayer, a community member. I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight in support of the proposed school budget as presented by the school board. I know that deliberative sessions are about careful consideration. Everyone here is thinking about costs, priorities, and long-term impact. As both a parent and a taxpayer, I take that responsibility seriously. My children have been in this district for several years, and I've firsthand I've seen consistent investment produces. They've grown academically, participated in athletics and clubs, and been supported by educators who clearly care about meeting students where they are. That kind of environment doesn't happen by accident. It is the result of intentional planning and stable resources. We can also look at objective results. Conant Middle High School holds a 9 out of 10 rating on great schools, the highest in this region. Last year, over 95% of seniors graduated, compared with a state average closer to 87%. Those numbers tell us the system is functioning well and serving students effectively. After graduation outcomes remain strong. More than 60% of graduates went on to post-secondary education, including technical programs and 4-year colleges. At the same time, about half to 60% of students participate in sports or clubs each year, reinforcing that we're educating the whole student, not just focusing on one metric. The academic foundation starts early. Middle school students receive 90 minutes of English and math every day, ensuring they are prepared as expectations increase. At the high school level, over half of last year's graduating class took at least one AP course or exam, and for the second year in a row, 60% of AP test takers earned a score of 3 or higher, indicating readiness for college-level work. These outcomes are part of why Conant was named a 2025 New Hampshire School of Excellence, an award that recognizes not just achievement, but effective use of resources, clear goals, and continuous improvements. As a school of excellence, Conant now serves as a model for schools across New Hampshire, showing what's possible when a community unites around student success. For me, supporting this budget is about maintaining momentum. It's about protecting the programs, staffing, and instructional time that are already producing strong results, rather than risking regression by underfunding what works. I understand that no budget is perfect, and I respect the deliberation this process requires. But based on what I've seen as a parent and what the data shows as a taxpayer, I believe this proposed budget represents a responsible investment in our students and our community's future. I urge you to support it. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hi, I'm Kevin McClung, a Jaffrey resident, teacher at Conant High School. I read in the Monadnock Ledger. I really want to applaud Ringe voters for this deliberative session, raising funding for police and EMTs. It's a really good thing. It's good to support them. And something to consider, if we continue to slash funding for public education, who's going to educate the next generation of police officers and EMTs? Private school, charter school, homeschooling is not enough. So please think about that. Thank you.
This isn't set up for people of my size. Hello, Alicia Stennerson Jaffrey. I want to speak tonight in support of the board's proposed budget. And I want to talk a little bit about the budget process because I've been hearing some claims that the board is trying to ram through budget hikes. And I want to be clear, that's not true. The budget is not a quick or simple process. It was not developed without meaningful conversation, and it was not put forward without transparency or public input. In fact, the budget development process began in November of last year and has unfolded over many months through publicly posted meetings, discussions, questions, revisions, and careful thought, exactly as our democratic process requires. There are a lot of people in this room tonight. I've been at all but one of the budget meetings, and I wish that the turnout was like this at all of them. When people choose not to engage in the process as it is happening, that is not a failure of the administration or the school board or our children. Democracy requires participation, not just reaction at the very end. George Washington reminds us the preservation of the sacred fire of liberty is finally staked in the experiment entrusted to the hands of the American people. That experiment depends on citizens showing up, staying informed, and engaging in good faith throughout the process, not just when a final decision is on the table. Local democracy depends on trust that decisions are made in the open, trust that elected officials, our school board, who we elect, take their responsibilities seriously, and trust that community members engage honestly. When transparent, months-long public decision-making is dismissed as illegitimate simply because it's inconvenient or unpopular, we weaken the very structures that keep communities stable. Schools are long-term institutions. They require planning, continuity, and trust. Constantly destabilizing that process by dismissing the work of elected boards or reframing late engagement as a crisis hurts not just schools, but the entire community. And most importantly, it hurts children. Disagreement is a part of democracy, but discrediting the process because you don't like the outcome is not. Mischaracterizing a transparent democratic process as something rammed through undermines trust in the institutions we rely on to govern ourselves. And discrediting this process because you don't like the outcome is not democracy. Finally, many of us come from different faiths, or maybe none at all, but I do believe that this community shares a value that is reflected in a simple line from Galatians: carry each other's burdens. Supporting our public schools is one of the ways that we as a community does exactly that together. Thank you.
Yes, please, your name and your town.
Hello, my name is Eliana, and I live in Ringe. Ludlam. Yes. Conant Middle High School, a community, a home, a life. I am here today because of the clubs and extracurriculars Conant provides. I am part of the drama club that aids me in social skills, like speaking in front of crowds confidently and being able to improvise in conversations. I am the secretary of the National Junior Honor Society provided at Conant for students who show admirable characteristics so they can further impact their community. We have just started up again and already have plans to donate money to the Jaffrey Food Bank post-holidays and to the Monadnock Kitty Rescue. We want to benefit the community as much as possible, but if the budget isn't restored, we may not have that chance. A study from a Boys and Girls Club from Florida states When kids regularly attend well-run after-school programs, 68% improve their homework completion and class participation. This is yet another piece of evidence that the funding of extracurriculars is indispensable to our school. We are the generation that will be able to benefit the community in the future. We can go into different professions and come back as members of the workforce simply to benefit our community. School is an opportunity. School is the chance to set your life up for success, for life, for a future. The fact that we have a school in our community is such a blessing. We not only have a building, but a community and a hope. Our lives are shaped by what the school is like, how people treat each other, how the community supports us, and the opportunities we have in our school. 61% of students in 8th grade alone participate in clubs and extracurriculars like D&D, art club, baking club, drama, and much more. You can only learn so much in school, but in clubs, you learn social skills that are fundamental in future jobs. The future. That is what this school is for. Fund our school. Save our future.
Hello, my name is Azrael Stenderson, and I'm in 8th grade at Conan. In my experience, telling someone your opinion won't change their mind. You could say cats are better than dogs all you want, and dog lovers won't suddenly get 12 kittens. Opinions are unique, and two people will almost never share the same exact stance of situations. Opinions can change from person to person, unlike facts. Facts help us to understand what is happening, why, and what we should do about it. Facts are important to show how everyone is impacted. So I would like to present some facts on how our school has a large impact on the community, beyond just learning social skills and having fun. Our school has many clubs and classes who help the community. Here are a few examples. NJHS plans to hold a penny war activity to raise money for food banks and the Monadnock Kitty Rescue, and is currently helping to provide babysitting at this meeting.
Student Council helps students to learn about decision-making and leadership roles.
Recently, basketball had Hoops for Hope, where they raised money for cancer research, which was sponsored by the NHS. Sports can help with entertainment, physical activity, and community spirit.
Facts class helps teach students necessary life skills such as economics, cooking, and sewing.
Drama helps to provide fun entertainment for the community, as well as helping students to learn fundamental social skills and public speaking.
The 6th grade raised money for heart health awareness.
The Robotics Club did a presentation at the Jaffrey Public Library and helped to inspire an entire Lego Robotics Club for children to participate in and learn from.
Our language classes, such as French, Mandarin, and Spanish, helps teach students about so many other cultures and languages, which can help students to connect with people who speak completely different languages. These classes also help in the work industry.
Finally, more than 50% of student population participates in after-school sports and activities. They are open to all children in the community, including students who attend school elsewhere.
Thank you for coming to this meeting. Support the next generation.
Moderator recognizes Leslie McLean, and then you, sir. Leslie?
I'm sorry to skip the line, but I need to take minutes too.
We had arranged this already before.
I'm Leslie McLean, and I'm from Jaffrey, and I actually live on what's called Jock Page Hill, though many people probably don't know that. The hill is just a little bit off Red Gate Road, and it's named after a cattle drover who brings cattle down from Brighton, from Jaffrey, using the roads and trails behind Red Gate. Here's a description of him from the history of Jaffrey. Old Jock, as he was known, was the last of the drovers. He kept in the game until he was past 80 years old, and though he was small, he was like a hurricane when he came into the market. When he arrived with his herd, he knew his business, he spoke his mind, and when the butchers presumed to offer him less for his cattle than he figured them to be worth, he turned about and brought them all the way home, saying they couldn't fool old Jock. Education was important to the early residents of Jaffrey. Jaffrey once had 13 school districts, which was often 1 or 2 room schoolhouses scattered throughout towns, so children could attend a school within walking distance of home. According to longtime residents, one of Jaffrey's schoolhouses was on Red Gate at the corner of what is now Great Road. Our school district is under threat today. Last year, $3 million was cut from our proposed budget at the deliberative session, by a determined group who are mostly concerned about tax impact. I know the tax impact of school budget are hard, but supporting public education is our responsibility and our children's right. We must provide them with an education that prepares them for life after high school, the job market, and higher education. There is no way around it. It takes money. Just like old Jock Page knew what his cattle are worth, we know what an education is worth, and to paraphrase Jock, they can't fool us. The administration realized last year's tax cut would be a devastating blow to the children of the district and utilized the unexpended fund balance as a one-time fix and saved most of the programs at risk. Everything was tried to lessen the impact on students, but the one-time fix has ended and the well is dry. There is no magic cure for this year. Our administration has worked hard to produce a proposed budget that provides what is needed for our students while we try to soften the tax impact as much as possible. But it is not possible to educate our students, to care for our facilities, to provide non-essential programs like art and music that make the day worthwhile if we continue down this path of cutting education funding. Remember, Jock, you can't fool us. It is imperative that we support Article 2, which is the operating budget, and defeat any amendment to reduce the budget. This is your opportunity to speak to your fellow neighbors and the school board about why public education is important. Education lifted my family from the tenements of New York City in 3 generations. Let's lift our children. It's their right.
Yes, sir.
All right, my name's Charlie Harcourt from Jaffrey. I have 2 daughters at the district at JGS. I'm speaking in support of the proposed budget. In my work, I travel across New England and spend much of my time in schools in some of the toughest areas of our region. Places struggling with high crime rates, drug overdoses, and fractured social safety nets. I meet families who are doing everything they can, often with far too little support, to keep their children safe and hopeful. What I see again and again in the deterioration of a town is that it doesn't happen overnight. It begins with a slow pulling back from the very infrastructure that keeps a community alive and thriving, like its schools. When schools are underfunded or neglected, families leave if they can, businesses stop investing, young families don't move in, and the ripple effect touches everything. We don't have to look very far to see this reality. Several communities not far from here are closing schools, dealing with accreditation issues, and this shows how quickly a lack of investment and trust in public schools can hollow out a town. Once that happens, rebuilding is really hard. The Jaffrey Ringe School District is not that kind of place. Our schools are strong, our educators are committed, and I choose to believe that our students benefit from being part of a community that believes in them and supports them. Supporting this school budget is not just about classroom sizes or test scores, it's about protecting the long-term health of our entire community. It's about ensuring Jaffrey and Ringe remain places where families want to live, where businesses want to stay, and where children can see a future for themselves. Please vote in support of this budget. Thank you.
Before you speak, just one comment. I want to thank those who have spoken already for observing the 3-minute limit. Thank you very much. You have the floor.
Eleanor Alborn Sue, Jaffrey. I'd like to speak in support of the proposed budget. My position in the school district takes me to every classroom from K to 5 in both elementaries and to many rooms in the middle high school, as well as into schools in the surrounding area that Jaffrey Ringe students, children attend. I've also taught in districts such as Belmont and Arlington, Mass. High-performing districts, according to test scores. What I see in this district, hardworking teachers and staff, a very solid curriculum, evidence-based reading instruction, as well as a brand new, very challenging reading comprehension curriculum, and very competent administrators who do the work that 2 or 3 people did in my other districts. People who don't support our schools talk about low scores. Low scores? There are lots of reasons for lower scores. All of our students take these high, single-shot, high-test stakes. Look at national scores. Look at the trend and compare that with the timeline of the internet social media explosion. Our scores are going up in some places, and where they aren't, I see administrators, teachers, and Title I staff busting to change that. I support a budget that, that restores pre-K for our youngest learners and sports for our older ones. Music, library, art, these are all critical. I also support a budget that allows us to meet new mandates handed down by the State Board of Ed. I want a school district that will attract students to us rather than vice versa, with open enrollment on the horizon. Please support this proposed budget. Thank you.
Brent Charles, Ringe, good evening. Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to speak in support of the annual school budget. I see the task before me as simple. I'm being called upon to vote on a budget that my school board and educators believe is the best possible fiscal scenario for educating our children. There will be a sacrifice on my part to support this budget through my taxes once approved. I can view those taxes as a deficit in my budget, or I can view them as an investment into the heart and soul of a small town community called home for 23 years now. I see my funds given as an investment into the soul of this community for generations to come. I invite you to consider it in the same way, not as tax, but as investment. But we all have differences of opinion on education, you might say. Private versus public, secular versus religious, homeschoolers versus public school. Regardless of personal preference in education, I believe we all share what psychologist and philosopher John Dewey meant when he said, quote, "What the best and wisest parent wants for their own child, that must the community want for all of its children." We have to want for each other's children what we want for our own. A quality education. We are not individuals, we are Jaffrey Ringe. We have a public school system, must be funded. But my tax burden will change by hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, maybe even more, you might say. I remind you again, we have a public school system. It must be funded, and funded well. My 4 grown children have been homeschooled, privately schooled, and public schooled, all for various reasons. The choice to homeschool did not excuse me from investing in public education and making sure that the tax line, and when I was conducting my businesses, there was a line item for my taxes every year. It was an investment, not a tax. The choice to privately school my children did not excuse me from investing in public education. Why? Simply put, because education enables individuals to understand their rights, responsibilities, and the workings of government, which is essential for maintaining a free society. Education prevents tyranny and manipulation by cultivating critical thinking. Education promotes stability and acts as a foundation for our societal, moral, and intellectual freedom, offering a more sustainable long-term protection for liberty than physical arms ever could. Education empowers individuals, it encourages independent thought and the ability to challenge the status quo. Education is life. So tonight I'm here to lend my voice in support of those whose children are educated publicly in our community. What the best and wisest parent wants for their own child, that must the community want for all of its children. Let's show that we care for our children. Thank you.
Good evening, my name is Adamar. I'm from the town of Winch. Mar. I'm a student at Conant Middle High School. As a citizen to the town of Winch or Jaffrey, it should be your duty to help your school district. As a citizen, you should want your school to succeed in all aspects. co-curriculars, and education. If we cut down the budget, we will lose sports and clubs, as well as other things. Most people think that learning is just math, science, English, social studies, wellness, and other classes. But that's not all that learning schools provide. They provide social skills and how to act near people, how to have fun. One of the biggest clubs in our school is Baking with Baker. That one club is very important to many people here at Conant, not only because it teaches you how to bake and occasionally cook, but also teaches you how to work in groups and it teaches you your social skills. One of the biggest, if not the biggest club at school is drama. Just like Baking with Baker, it teaches you social skills and working in groups. Not only that, if our towns decide to cut the budget, 50 plus people will lose an experience that could help them for the better. When you were a kid, think about something you loved. I am almost certain that what you love can be found in one of these sports or clubs. Sports are also a big part of our community. They bring us together, and citizens who want its school district to succeed. Even if they don't, at least they got to try. That would not happen if we cut this budget. Cutting this budget, or not passing the proposed budget, will affect hundreds of students at Conant. They will lose valuable experiences, and that to me is just heartbreaking. So hear me now. Give the kids of today the experiences you had, the experience of clubs and sports, by passing the proposed budget. Thank you for your time.
Sue-Ann Iglesias, Ringe. I'd like to begin with a heartening and informative quote from one of our Ringe selectmen shared this last Saturday at our Ringe deliberative session about the town budget. I'm ashamed to admit it, but I was one of the residents who voted for the default budget for years. Our selectman explained that it wasn't until he became involved in the budget process that he truly understood its impact on our town. His candidness is commendable. We heard something very similar from the January 5th school board meeting. Several members acknowledged that before working on the budget, they assumed it was wasteful. After experiencing the process firsthand, they realized it is, in fact, frugal and responsible to both taxpayers and students. 75 to 80% of the school budget is for salaries and benefits. That leaves little flexibility in dealing with all other costs. Please note, the state has again increased unfunded state mandates. At the same time, a loss of $1 million is expected in state aid. It's projected. As we learned from last year's drastic, unprecedented cuts, the main options left to cut are after-school activities, sports, selective staffing, selective teaching, and pre-K. Let me highlight, studies on the benefits of pre-kindergarten education show both short-term and long-term effects, including higher graduation rates, lower incarceration rates, and increased adult earnings. And we all know sports improves health and concentration and grades and builds teamwork, leadership, and discipline. Let us focus this year on making our state pay its fair share. The Supreme Court of New Hampshire has mandated that the state pay more towards our schools. They have said, the Supreme Court of our state said, our support of state support of our education is woefully inadequate. Over $3,000 per pupil is what we are short, and yet our legislators do not give us that money. That is something we need to focus on. That is why our taxes are going up so high. I share these facts with you so that you may really think about how these elected officials worked so hard on this budget. Regarding our state, no other New England state is conducting this war on public schools. I ask you, why are we? I find it sad, disheartening, and deeply un-American. I leave you with a quote from Benjamin Franklin: "An investment in knowledge pays the best interest." Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good evening. I'm Carl Walter. I'm from Ringe. And I have another side of the coin to look at. My question is the JR school board listening to the taxpayers? 67% of our local taxes go to cover the cost of Jaffrey Ringe Public Schools. This elected school board has been led by the same superintendent for the past 8 years. He is one of the top paid superintendents in the state. Next year, he'll be paid a salary of almost $9,000. Under his 8-year leadership, the budget has risen 21%, while enrollment has decreased 22%. Despite increased spending and having one of the lowest teacher-to-student ratios in the state, the reading and math proficiency scores of our Jaffrey Ringe students have remained below state averages and are trending downward. Something does not add up. Last year, the school board, under the leadership of the superintendent, presented a proposed budget which reflected a 9.7% increase. And the taxpayers said no and voted to reduce the budget by $3 million. Instead of making significant changes to spending, the superintendent said the only way to reduce the budget would be to eliminate the preschool and the sports co-curricular programs. We acknowledge that difficult choices had to be made to cut $3 million in spending, but in many people's opinion, the harsh decision to cut these two programs was to make it appear that the taxpayers who voted for the budget cut did not care about the students being served by our public schools. This is just simply not true. It's important to point out that the superintendent knew he had access to the $1.2 million of emergency funds to reinstate the non-mandated preschool and the sports co-curricular programs, which is what he did. This left the district in a vulnerable financial position if an emergency were to arise. Fast forward to fall of 2025 when such an emergency arose. The district was handed an unanticipated $500,000 health insurance bill that essentially no emergency funds left to pay for it. Yet somehow they managed to reallocate line items to cover most of the cost. This year's school board proposed budget is $33.5 million, a 9% increase to last year's budget, with another projected decrease in enrollment. Difficult choices will need to be made if a budget cut is passed this year, but that does not mean voters don't care about our public school students and teachers. We do pay over $30 million a year to support just 1,000 students. We do care about our public school, and we also care about those on fixed income. These are the same people that were handed an increase in health insurance this past year as well. Let's just hope they have emergency funds, right? The taxpayers in our community who are struggling to make ends meet. We need to work together to find common ground and pass a school budget that is fiscally responsible. Thank you.
Excuse me, sir. I'm sorry, I'm terribly sorry that I didn't catch your name. Could I actually borrow that paper to respond? And if you wouldn't mind hanging out? All right, so I'll give this right back to you, Carl.
Okay.
I just want to take a minute to just talk about some of the information that you gave.
Okay.
Your concerns are fair.
Thank you.
The information that you're including on this from the, especially from the, some of the score things, and there's a lot of piecemealed information. There's a lot of bullet point information that does not give a big picture. So each one of these has a much broader picture that we have spent this whole year responding to. Because nothing here is new, right? Like this is all stuff that we've been hearing and trying to address throughout the whole year. And those are all on our website. Like we've talked about the test scores, we've talked about where the money's going, where it's coming from. We certainly spent a massive amount of time, especially with the August hearing, talking about that unassigned fund balance. So I have to question that. I heard a little, like how it came out with a ton of information, sounded a little bit like an innuendo, like the superintendent knew we had the secret money. I got to correct that one. So the unassigned fund balance has always been known. This isn't money that's hidden. In fact, that money is what saved a vast number of districts when school care health insurance all of a sudden said, hey, you have 4 months to pay this ungodly bill. That completely threw people, including the town, right? So a lot of that, everybody has this money. There's money that gets paid over time. So as we are trying to pay our bills, now we're gone to monthly. So it isn't like we're talking yearly, like we're robbing Peter to pay Paul to do some of these things. And if you listen to how we're going to try to pay this health insurance thing, it's literally week by week. Like, what do we have now? And so some of it comes from people who haven't been hired that we are supposed to have. Special education, like we have to have these things. We are mandated for so much. Or maybe the electric bill didn't come in as much. It's not that its money's hidden. It's that we are working week to week to pay things right now. And then you did mention salaries. And I had that question come to me from a pretty high-end source as well. And I looked at this source and I said, do you realize how many jobs, like you had said 8 years, I think, Ruben, it's longer that you've been here? 11 years. So
I apologize.
No, that's okay, Carl. That's an easy one. That all runs out. It's an easy one. If you knew the jobs that these people who have been here for a long time have taken on, we've cut the curriculum coordinator. We have cut our communications coordinator. All that list of things that we're getting, all the grants we're getting, $500,000 here, $25,000 there, those are being written, and they take a massive amount. The Title IV grants, you wouldn't believe what it takes to get that kind of money and to access that. The amount of time it takes. We don't have a grant writer. The amount of work that's being done by one person, and in this case, if you look at our organizational charts, which are all up, our organizational charts are on the website, their pay is on the website, their names are on the website. We could not be more transparent about where this money goes. And the jobs that they're doing not only are trying to grab everywhere, but we've shown how exceptional they're doing them. So I get it, this is hard, and we're asking for an assistant superintendent to try to alleviate that. We've got to make a succession model. I know we're asking for a lot. I think we've proven this last year that the money we asked for last year was actually needed. We went and bent over backwards to show that none of this is miscellaneous, none of this is extra.
I understand you guys have worked very hard. Side of that coin, if I may, what you explained when the school department got in that pickle with the health insurance thing, you're telling the same story that's happening to people on fixed incomes and elderly people in Ringe and Jaffrey, right? Same exact thing. And now, and so you hear where I'm coming from. The budget goes up and they're on a fixed income and now they're weekly struggling to pay for the school. So, and so it all comes down to this last sentence. What did the last sentence say? We got to work together. We have to go work together, and it's just the other side of it, So you exactly explained it perfectly. What the taxpayers, when their health insurance went up, but if they don't have it, do they have line items they can pull from on Social Security? So it's a hard thing, and that's all
I cut off, no, but I do. I want to, because I don't think that the reason I want to keep this going is because you are so not alone in this, okay? That this is the voice, right? So the term that kept coming up to me this year, as I'm watching the state say, Jaffrey, Ringe, your property assessments are you guys are flush. So we're going to cut $900,000 from adequacy aid because you're doing great. We are going to now make our student The money that we're going to give you is about $4,000, where we're going to give Claremont, who had some real issues. We felt incredible pity for their issues. There was a lot of issues there.
Oh, yeah.
Their students are getting $13,000 now. Okay? So we have to be careful who we're blaming and who we're putting things on, because you're absolutely right. This amount of money is unsustainable. It's not. There is something broken, but please do your research before you actually just blame the schools. That is the easy way out.
Thank you. Yes, please.
Do I need the timer going? All right, I'm just going to go. All right, good evening. My name is Anna Blanchard. I live in Jaffrey with my husband and our daughter, who attends pre-K at Jaffrey Grade School. I have been a resident of Jaffrey and Ringe for the past 12 years, being both a renter and now a homeowner. I am currently a stay-at-home mom and fine artist. I am not originally from this area, but I grew up in the public school system. I am proud to say that because of the public schools that I attended, I had the honor of being chosen to represent my high school in 2004 at the Pro Bowl as an All-American cheerleader. But that same year, I developed a stress fracture in my spine, which landed me in a back brace and unable to be the athlete that I once was. If it wasn't for the multiple extracurriculars that my high school offered, I wouldn't have been able to see my talents in art and design. These talents led me to studying interior design at Wentworth Institute of Technology in Boston, to eventually finishing my BFA in painting with a minor in art history from the prestigious Lime Academy College of Fine Art in Old Lyme, Connecticut. Last year, our daughter was waitlisted for 3-year-old pre-K, and it left me devastated. Our daughter had already been on over a dozen waitlists for daycares. This meant I wasn't able to work for another year. How could this be? I asked myself. Jaffrey isn't a big town, not nearly as close to the size of the town I grew up in. How is she waitlisted? This is when I started to make phone calls and did some research, and I began to learn about school budgets and what's been happening to my daughter's future school. So I started to attend some meetings when I could go or when I remembered to go, and I have learned a lot about both sides and how easily people get upset when you say that you just want your kid to have the same opportunities as you did. One big thing I did learn is that if we cut the school budget again, you're not even saving yourself any money in the long run. If we eventually lose our schools, our taxpayer dollars will then be used to pay for each and every student to be able to attend other schools surrounding Jaffrey and Ringe, plus the added cost of keeping the upkeep of the abandoned buildings. This is why I support the proposed operating budget. I want my tax dollars going to our schools and to our children. I want my daughter to have the same opportunities to participate in extracurricular activities as I had. Without classes like art, music, gym, and field trips, school will no longer provide the creative environments needed to inspire curiosity within our children's minds. Growing minds should not have to deal with the stress of worrying about budgets. Children need to be children, no matter what the cost. Thank you.
Megan Berger, Ringe. I'm speaking tonight as a parent, a homeowner, and someone who cares deeply about the long-term health of this community. I want to start by naming something directly. School budgets look big because they are big. It's not a sign of mismanagement, it's the reality of what it costs to run a public school system in a rural town. The speaker before me touched on something important that I want to reiterate. Many people enter municipal roles with assumptions about what the school budget looks like. Once you go through the process, line by line, requirement by requirement, you realize very quickly that these budgets aren't padded. They're constrained, they're legally bound, and they're built by people who understand the impact on both taxpayers and students. Rural districts like ours still have to heat and maintain buildings, run buses across long distances, meet state staffing requirements, and provide mandated special education services. Those costs don't shrink just because enrollment dips. And like every household in Ringe and Jaffrey, the district is dealing with inflation. Fuels, utilities, insurance, transportation contracts, and specialized services all have gone up, and the schools don't get to just opt out of those increases. There's also a lot of confusion around cost per pupil. The instinct is to take the budget and divide it by the number of students, but that's not how the New Hampshire Department of Education calculates it. The DOE uses a standardized formula that excludes things like transportation, food service, and long-term bond payments for major repairs. And the DOE calculation is based on average daily membership, not enrollment. ADM is a simple way the state counts students. A full-time student for the entire year counts as one, and students who move mid-year are counted fractionally. The state uses last year's ADM to calculate this year's adequacy aid. That's the number districts use to compare costs fairly across the state. And when we look at that number, not guesses, not assumptions, but the state's own data, Jaffrey Ringe is at the very low end of the range among the rural districts compared. The DOE cost per pupil is $21,249 at Monadnock, $26,428 at Conval, and $20,656 here at Jaffrey Ringe. Messinic is the only district that comes in slightly below us at $19,736, and they're a smaller district with different cost structures. The broader pattern is clear. Every other rural district clusters between $21,000 and $26,000 per pupil, and Jaffrey Ringe is still operating at the low end of that range even after a $3 million cut last year. We were already among the lowest before that cut. We weren't overspending now, and we aren't overspending. We weren't overspending then, and we aren't overspending now. As a parent with a child entering the system, I want our schools to be strong, stable, and able to meet the needs of every student that walks through the door. As a taxpayer, I want to know that we're spending responsibly and that the data shows we are. We're doing more with less compared to districts across rural New Hampshire. That's why I support the proposed operating budget. It reflects the real costs of running a rural school district and positions us to serve students well without undermining the foundation our community relies on. Thank you.
Just a reminder to everyone, the comments, of course, are certainly good, but we do have lots of warrant articles tonight. So, sir, you wish to make a point of inquiry? All right, well, we have people in line first, so I would entertain that after everyone's had a chance to speak. Okay, come back to you later. You have the floor.
Kathy Kozlowski from Ringe. I just want to share my personal experience. As a registered voter in the school district, we have the opportunity to attend school board meetings either in person or online, which I have been doing since the irresponsible outcome of our last deliberative session. I wanted to understand why voters felt it was the right thing to do. During this time, I have had the experience of listening and learning about the challenging work of our school board. They are not working for themselves, they are working for the kids and for you. There were excellent presentations by our administrators, school principals, teachers, and staff members. Hearing their commitment and dedication to our kids is astounding, especially with the constraints that they have needed to work within. The problem is not with the school budget, it lies with our state, underfunding public education and continuing to pass mandates for things that schools must do, but yet there is no funding attached to them. The cost falls on the taxpayers. I encourage others going forward to take the opportunity to learn about wonderful things are happening in our schools, and please realize cutting a school budget hurts our kids in so many ways, but most profoundly, the message they hear is our community doesn't care.
Good evening. Shauna Babineau from Ringe. I'm a parent, a taxpayer, and a community member. I'm here tonight to voice my strong support for the proposed school budget. At its core, this budget is not just a financial plan. It's a commitment to our students, our educators, our staff, administrators, and the long-term strength of this community. Decisions that are made now will have significant positive or negative consequences for our future. This proposal invests in the things we know make a meaningful difference: maintaining reasonable class sizes, strengthening academic programs, and ensuring our teachers have the tools they need to help every learner succeed.
These are not luxuries. They are the foundation of a high-quality public education. You cannot build a strong house without a strong foundation. I appreciate that this budget reflects careful planning and responsible stewardship of our taxpayer dollars. It balances the needs to invest in our schools with the realities facing families in our communities. Many people, including elected officials and business owners, often misinterpret, misunderstand, or have incorrect information about the intricacies of this budget. The transparency shown throughout this process, from public presentations to detailed breakdowns, demonstrates respect for our trust. Strong schools benefit everyone, whether you have children attending public schools or not. They raise property values, attract families, support local business, and prepare the next generation of citizens and leaders. When we invest in our schools, we invest in the future of our entire community. Our Conant graduates are working hard and achieving great things. We've seen 97% and 95% graduation rates over the last 2 years. This is an increase of over 10% in just 10 years' time. The dropout rate over the last 4 years is at 0%. Over the same time frame, Conval had a dropout rate of 1.86%, Milford at 4.75%, Messinic at 7.7%, Monadnock at 8.5%, and Fall Mountain at 12.5%. These rates were pulled directly from the New Hampshire Department of Education website. For all of these reasons, please, I urge the folks in this room to look around and recognize one another as our neighbors and our community members. Please continue to support the proposed budget, prioritizing the well-being and success of our students and our community. Thank you to the school board. Thank you for your time.
Before you speak, I need to add, I saw two people that came up to line after the question was called. What's going to happen, the gentleman that's in front of the young lady there will be allowed to speak, but at that point we'll see if people wish to continue discussion. If so, you'll be allowed to speak. However, if they say no, let's end discussion, you will not be able to speak. I want to give you a heads up. So please don't come running up to the queue line. You have the floor.
Hi, Pat Martin from Ringe. I want to respond to a theme I've heard that our SAU leadership structure is somehow too much, or that superintendent compensation and the need for an assistant superintendent aren't justified. I don't think that claim holds up, especially when we look at what peer districts in our region have for staffing. Here's the simple truth. The work of a school district doesn't shrink just because we wish it did. Curriculum oversight, state and federal compliance, staff supervision, student services coordination, crisis response, contracts, budgeting, operations, those are constant and in many cases increasing. And when a leadership team is too thin, it doesn't save money. It shifts costs and risk to burned out administrators, to delayed decisions, to compliance issues, to staff turnover, and ultimately to students. That's why it matters that other districts comparable to us build their SAU staffing around shared leadership, not one person carrying it all. Our school district does not have an assistant superintendent, a facilities director, or a curriculum director. When the Ringe Energy Commission worked with the school district on some energy improvements, there was a facilities director at that time, no more. So, for example, Messinic Regional School District lists both an assistant superintendent and a district curriculum coordinator, and also has a director of facilities, separate specialized roles that support instruction and operations. The Conval School District has a district assistant superintendent, which is explicitly responsible for curriculum oversight and development, and the SAU also lists a facilities director as part of its central operations. Monadnock Regional School District lists an assistant superintendent and identifies the director of facilities in its SAU operations. So when we talk about whether it's reasonable to compensate a superintendent appropriately, and whether it's reasonable to include an assistant superintendent, we're not talking about luxuries. We're talking about standard capacity and the kind of staffing that peer districts rely on. I know I'm running out of time. I'm asking voters to support the proposed budget because it protects students, supports staff, and keeps the district functioning responsibly, like the well-run districts around us. And we do need a succession plan. One person cannot do all of this. Thank you.
Yes, please.
Hi, my name is June Segler O'Day, and I'm from Ringe, and I'm the proud mom of 2 Conant High School grads, one of which went on to be valedictorian of his college, thanks to the college prep classes that he took at Conant. But that was 16 years ago, and up until last year, in the last 16 years, I've seen the school budgets go up, and I watched the proficiency levels go down. And in all the information that is printed here that we were given when we walked in, all the slides, no one is addressing what our proficiency levels are in black and white with numbers. And that's concerning. And it's not anti-education, it's not anti-school to ask why. And I don't agree with Pat. I'm concerned as to why do we need to spend $200,000 for an assistant superintendent for a district with 1,000 children? I'm questioning where the money is going. And I applaud all of you for the work and the time that you put in. I really appreciate it. But I'd just like to make it clear to everyone that when there are those of us in the room that are in apparently the minority of, yes, let's pass that budget, there's many of us that are asking, is it going to increase the quality of the education for our kids? Because it's not what we're seeing over the last 16 years. Thank you.
Hi, so I do want to address that. So I'm watching where you're sitting so I can make sure. Okay. No. Oh, I'm sorry. So, they're just heckling. They're fine. So, the question was,
Your question, sir, is simply why is this person next to me speaking more than 3 minutes, correct? Jim, to answer your question, this is a learning environment. And again, I want to thank the people who have spoken. They've all kept within a couple seconds of 3 minutes. However, as I said, this is a learning environment. And when you have answers that are here to educate the voter, that is the opportunity. Now, I don't think we want to see a 20-minute presentation, but if a person goes 4 or 5 minutes and educates all of us, that seems to be in order.
so if there is questions that are brought to the board, we will answer them as they come. So the question was, where are we seeing the information on proficiencies? And again, I will direct you specifically to both, I believe it is June 2025, and then we talked about it again in August, and then in September, we talked about testing, and we talked about NEASC, and we talked about the accreditation process. All of that information about how our assessments are done is there. And I would have to say that it's really important to make sure you're recognizing those single-day universal tests versus the quarterly tests to show growth. That's something to really pay attention to. The other piece is I was intrigued that you mentioned the 16 years because my kids were in school similarly in Ringe. And 14 years ago is when the state said that the standardized testing was going to be universal, meaning I have 5 kids that graduated from the district. 2 of them took the SAT. All of my kids knew they were going to college. And 2 of them took the SAT with other kids who were going to college and the PSAT. My other 3 kids came a little after that, and they took the SAT with absolutely every student, regardless of developmental stage. Yes, the scores went down. State has decided that now PSATs and SATs are going to be used for statewide assessment. So please do your homework, watch the presentations we did, because it is very clearly spelled out there.
I have a question before I speak. I'm concerned about not every... Oh, sorry, Roberta Acer, Ringe. This question not about the budget. I'm concerned about the fact that not everybody can fit in this room, and I know there's a statute that allows for having town meetings outside of the district if you don't have a facility large enough for everybody to be in, and I don't know that being remotely means that they are participating. We can't see them, and I don't know if they can see us. So I thought that was part of the thing with deliberative, is that everybody had to be able to participate and see and hear one another.
You're on camera right now.
I'm fine. I doubt if they are.
I'd have to go back there. I was down at the room, and yes, the camera does show quite a bit.
And
they
you
can come
can't
up
read
here.
that from the back of the room, by the way. Yeah. Anyway, Roberta Acer, Ringe. So the population of Jaffrey and Ringe is over 10,000 people. The combined budgets for the 2 towns is $14 million. That includes highway, police, fire departments, and over a dozen municipal buildings to maintain. To put this into perspective, the district wants more than double this amount for a little more than 1,000 students. Messinic was mentioned earlier, and the per cost per pupil, most people are using the population divided into the budget. So Messinic is smaller. They spend about $25,000 per student. Their scores are higher. Despite spending roughly 19% more per student, Jaffrey Ringe scores trail. Higher spending isn't delivering stronger outcomes. Last year should have been a wake-up call to the school board and the administration to do some serious reorganization. If it had been all about the children, they would not have taken a very nasty and vengeful attitude and used the children, I hate speaking in public, as pawns by being extremely vindictive and threatening to stop all extracurricular activities and sports. And these are the people that are in charge of our education. School budget should be about educating students, not about building an administrative empire that is out of line for little more than 1,000 students and 3 campuses. So, when calculating the proposed amendment to the budget article, what was taken into consideration was the current per pupil average cost, decline in student enrollment, and an inflation factor of 2.7%, was added, which is over 800,000. With that being said, I make a motion to amend Article 2 by removing $33,500,000 and replacing it with $30,760,000. All other language remains the same.
The amendment, simplified, is to delete $33,500,000 and insert $30,765,000. Is that correct, Roberta?
Yes.
Okay, is there a second to that?
Need a name?
Need a name, please? Claudia Stewart. Okay. Before someone speaks to the motion,
Thank you.
before we begin discussion, I wish to remind the citizens of both towns that when an amendment is proposed, that's an opportunity for those who wish to offer that amendment to educate the voters on their thinking. I would ask the person offering the amendment to take time to share their research and findings that support the purpose of making their amendment so that you, the voters, become aware of the thinking behind same. Now, whether this amendment is to reduce the budget by $10 or $10 million, you deserve an informative explanation behind the proposed amendment, as you'll be asked to vote on what is proposed. So with this in mind, the floor is open to Roberta, if you wish to speak to the motion, or if you have somebody that wishes to speak to the motion. Tom, do you wish to speak to the motion? All right, would you, what I'm going to do, sir, did you wish to speak also? All right, go ahead, sir, you have the floor. Your name and address, please.
Max Giese, 31 Michael Drive, Range, New Hampshire. Seems like it's a little divisive in here, so maybe we can get some unity. Patriots are going to the Super Bowl, right? Any Pats fans in here? Yeah. Let's stay with the Patriots. Last year, Gerard Mayo was the head coach. They went 4-13, a very below average record. He got replaced. They brought in Mike Vrabel, and now they're going to the Super Bowl. Why? Leadership matters. He took the same team, same quarterback, they replaced the leader, and they're going to the Super Bowl. We have one of the most expensive administrators in the state, yet our test scores are below average. There's no correlation there, and there should be. We look at Messinic. They're beating us in test scores. They have sports. They have an administrator that makes a fraction of what ours does. And they have newer schools. Why do I say newer schools? Because also in their budget is to pay for the bond for the newer schools. If you take that payment out of the budget, they're paying much, much less than we are. So just throwing money at something does not mean that you're going to get results. We don't have a funding problem. We have a mismanagement of funds problem. Typically, there's a checks and balance. However, if we have a captured board that is not holding our administrator to account, we are not getting that. So my question is, for the board, how many have family members that work for the administrator? And is it true that you were in violation of your ethics policy, and so you voted to change the ethics policy?
What is that, sir?
Not relevant. It's very relevant to the amendment because we should be getting a better return on investment, and there's a reason why we're not. So if we're paying someone the highest salary in the state, almost the highest salary, and it was negotiated by a board that had family members that negotiated it, that kind of speaks to what part of the problem is. So we have to look at it and say, why is Messinic able to perform better results, still have sports, newer schools, and spend less on administrator, and yet we're spending much, much more? We taxpayers, we deserve a better return on investment. Our students, they would deserve a better return on time. This is a false dichotomy that's being presented here tonight, that if you don't just blow up the budget, you're anti-kid, you hate kids. Nothing could be further from the truth. but we should reserve a better return on investment. So I would like for the board to answer that. How many have family members? And also, did you really vote to change your ethics policy?
Hold on, sir, I'm going to reply to that. I think what you're saying is in support of the reduction in the budget based upon return on the investment.
Absolutely. I'm speaking in support of it.
The reason I say that, sir, is that you said that at the very beginning. I think the claim that you're making would probably not hold water, but I ask everyone to speak to the amendment. And the amendment is, shall we delete so much and insert so much?
Yes, and I did say I was speaking to that because I said I'd let Tom go first. I was speaking to the amendment.
Okay.
And what I'm getting at is, whatever the proposed amendment is, it's bringing us closer in line where Massenic's at, and they're delivering better results.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
I please ask the board to clarify whether or not it was awarded 2025 School of Excellence, and to please briefly fill us in on what that means, so we can help Mr. Giese here understand.
We're comparing test scores to test scores. It's apples to apples.
So look, you're just misinformed. Sorry, I don't think it's intentional.
Nope,
but I think you're just misinformed. And here's the deal. I think most of us here who support the schools also support the Patriots. We're looking forward to Sunday. But we don't agree with your analysis. We think we've got one of the best superintendents in the one of the best superintendents in the state. And I think the evidence is pretty clear. You know, recently the national education groups started looking at advanced placement exams. Those advanced placement exams are the things that get our kids into good colleges. We're rated as a silver school on the advanced placement, about the highest in the area. This just came out in the past month, but it's not anything new. This awards for Jaffrey Ringe Cooperative School District and for our high school have been coming at us for years now. We've got one of the best schools in the state, no doubt about it. We were nominated and awarded the High School of Excellence last year for 2025, an award that's not given out every year. It's only given out in years when a school demonstrates the qualities that the awarding organization demands. The year before that, the NEASC accreditation group, which accredits high schools across the country and, well, across New England, and colleges as well, rated us not only in the most improved school that they had seen in 20 years, and said that Conant High School is a model for other schools in the state. U.S. News and World Report this past year rated us like a 90th percentile, one of the best high schools in the country, right up, certainly in the state, but on a national level as well. Great schools, national rankings, similarly rated us in the 90s. And the notion that our kids are not doing well is wrong. That our test scores are poor, it's also wrong. It's misinformation. And misinformation for some people seems to be something that they just really enjoy sharing, or at least they don't mind. Last year, we had a career...
Hey, John, if you're saying that education...
What I'm saying is... What I'm saying... Okay. Anyway, thank you very much.
So, Mr. Moderator.
The intent here is not to have a debate back and forth.
I understand that, but there was no answer to the questions that I asked. It was, did they vote to change the ethics? And how many have family members, and were they in violation last year? Because it's very relevant, because if we're paying the highest, almost the highest in the state, it would speak to the reason why.
Okay, I'm going to ask Reuben Duncan to talk to that, and then I'd like to have the next person speak.
Sure. I'm not going to talk to that because that's not part of this. But what I will say is that, what I will say is that all of our audits are online. You can look at how we manage our funds. You can see that we don't act in a fraudulent manner. You might know something about fraud. Now, I would like to ask Mr. Dustin to speak to some of the claims that you made regarding the assessments and so forth, because I think...
Elaborate, you just accused me of fraud. Elaborate.
I did not accuse you.
I didn't accuse him of anything.
I said you might know something about it, but what I'm saying...
Could you answer the questions I asked? Did they adjust the ethics, and how many were in violation? Can we answer it?
Sir, I'm going to recognize Mr. David Dustin. Go ahead, David.
I am happy to speak to the test scores. That's something that, as the principal of the middle high school, I'm responsible for, primarily so. And we have been working really hard to make improvements. I have not hidden anything about that. This past Monday, I spent about 2 hours at the school board meeting after a full school day, sharing about the program of studies and being very transparent about our test scores. The statement that we are not performing comparably to other schools is a false statement. I have data that I collect all the time. It's publicly available. The high school saw an improvement of our ELA literacy scores last year from 47% proficient to 58% proficient in one school year. Our math scores improved from 16% proficient to 24% proficient in one school year. Our science proficiency scores increased to 24%. Now, I'm not standing in front of a body of voters and claiming that I'm proud of 24% proficient in math. Math is an incredibly challenging subject. It's part of why on Monday I presented splitting Algebra 2 into 2 courses and making sure every student gets it before 11th grade. It's part of why I moved us with a cut staff, because I did lose staff last year with the cuts, even with the emergency funding. It's why I found a way, and my teachers worked their butts off to get us to 90 minutes of math for every student in the middle school, including a response to intervention program to improve their math scores. It's why my middle school teachers adopted written wisdom to improve their ELA scores. Middle school ELA, by the way, I saw somebody posted that it was 39% proficient. That is not true. 49% for ELA, which was an increase of almost 20% over the last decade. I'm not saying that we're done with the work. And by the way, Messinic Regional High School is comparable to us in ELA and math and slightly below us in science. That is posted on the DOE's website. Our math scores are higher than Conval's this year. We are making growth. And the falsehoods posted online do not change the fact. I am proud of the work our school is doing, and we have more to do. Slashing a budget does not give the resources to continue the work. Other data points to consider: school climate. If you compare our incidents of violence, which are as a state-reported item, to other schools, we are at 0 formal incidents of violence last year. No other high schools around us have that. If you look at the decline in our suspension rates, if you look at the decline in our dropout to 0, that's not because our school is not rigorous, it's because we don't let kids go. If you look at the increase of our graduation rates to 97% last year and 95% this year, no other school around us has that. And we did not buy the School of Excellence. A school that had its budget cut by $3 million did not have money to buy much of anything. It wasn't for sale. I'm sitting on the other side of that committee this year looking at the schools applying to this and knowing the rigorous process. That award was awarded because of school climate, because of the things our kids do, and because of the quality of our teaching and learning. We are NEASC accredited, 6 through 12. We received an honor from the College Board, the only high school in this region. We're on the list with a lot of private schools. There are a lot of data points to measure a school. The SAT in the spring is one of them, and when we have continued to work on improving. SAS scores at the middle school are one of them that we have continued to improve. I challenge and invite any community member who would like to see our school in action to reach out. We have nothing to hide. We have the best teachers, we have quality learning, and we're not asking for things that we don't need. And our test scores are comparable to or above those around us. You can go on the iReport on New Hampshire DOE and look for yourself. It takes 2 minutes to look it up. Thank you.
Nothing to hide, but the answer, there's one answer to the question.
Okay, as I said to you, sir. Okay. I've had a request from one of the school board members to speak to the issue.
Hi, I'm Judy Furstenberg. I represent both Rindge and Jeffrey. I joined the school board last year because I ran unopposed, and I also had many of the concerns that a lot of the Rindge people have. I came in here, I discovered they do work really hard, they do have a tight budget. A lot of these executives, like the superintendent, go above and beyond to do a lot of work that you just wouldn't realize how much they do. But I will say that Max has a point. I think everyone who has an employee in the school district should divulge it and be public about it, because I do think it's an insidious problem. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to ask the discussion to focus only on the amendment to the main motion, and the amendment is to reduce by a certain amount. Does anybody wish to speak to the amendment? Before you come up, Tom, is there anybody here that wishes to speak to the amendment? You, sir, we're in line. Why don't you come up? And Tom, why don't you come up after this gentleman, speak to the amendment?
Alifave, Rindge. First, I want to thank the students who spoke tonight. They well represent the district and spoke well. I've been coming to these meetings for too many years. I've served on the Budget Advisory Committee 11 years. Is that right, Dan? Okay. Wouldn't want to give a wrong piece of data here. I hear the discussions, and yet the big thing I see is the state legislature doing a great job of patting themselves on the back on their budget. What a great job they did with the budget. But I question, what have they done for the school districts of this state? Nothing. They continue to do the two-step. I do not support this cutting of the budget, this reduction that was proposed. It doesn't make sense. You're making a whole bunch of work for nothing. You think this is going to make a difference? Oh yeah, your budget is going to cut. You're going to have a reduced assessment maybe in your town, but you know, this is part of everything else going up in town, everywhere. We're not the only ones. The thing is, we're here about education. We're here about supporting the schools. We're not here to cut the budget, really, to any significant way. And cutting it, as Mrs. Asa said, Oh, only $30 million. We're going to cut it $3 million. We cut it 2 last year. Do I hear 5? Do I hear 6? That's ridiculous. Get your heads on, people. We need to propose the schools and support them.
Thank you, Al. Tom Alborn, Sue, Jaffrey. I am opposed to cutting the school budget, and I'm going to give you a bunch of good reasons why. The majority of the school budget, you've already heard, pays for things that are mandated by the state or federal law, and we can't cut those things. You've heard that. That means the things that we could cut, that this cut would take away, are things like sports, music, and pre-K. And I tell you what, if we cut those things that make schools special, those things that make kids want to be there, okay, those things make our schools desirable. Now, you've all heard open enrollment is coming, and that bill is being railroaded through the State House as we speak. Okay, it might have even been on the governor's desk this week, but it was pushed back a bit. Okay, this new law means that every child can choose to go to any school they want. What's worse, at any time during the school year. We as a district have to post monthly what our capacity is every month at every grade level. Okay, so that means that if one of our children chooses to go to another school because they have sports or they have music, okay, we have to pay tuition to that other school district of a minimum of $22,700, minimum, and that is on top of paying for our own schools, okay? So, bottom line here, and I'll come back to this, is schools are not like a construction job where you can just buy a couple less bricks if the job gets smaller, okay? We cannot cut 1/20th of a science teacher and 1/20th of a math teacher and 1/20th of a reading teacher. We cannot. We make a school budget in March, okay? And let's say because of open enrollment, we cut sports, we cut music, open enrollment rolls around and 40 kids decide to leave our district. Those 40 kids take $1 million with them that we give to another district, okay? On top of the budget we've already met for our own schools. So that's going to raise your taxes. And what's worse is it's going to raise your taxes and interest because we don't have the money to pay that tuition to other districts, so we're going to have to borrow it. So cutting a budget, cutting things that are quote unquote discretionary will make the schools less attractive, and we know open enrollment is coming. That means we're in competition with other districts for kids. So, on the other hand, if our schools can keep up the standard that Mr. Dustin talked about, that won Conant the High School of the Year, we will attract kids from other districts. We will attract kids. We should never, ever have given up the CTE program last year. Because had we voted for that, okay, we would have between 50 and 100 kids coming here for the programs, bringing with them up a couple $1 million of tuition instead of us paying it to others. So the bottom line here is think twice about cutting anything, things that make schools attractive to kids and parents. Because if our schools can't afford to provide the things like sports and music, some kids are going to go elsewhere. And then, you know what? We will pay even more and we will have less. Thank you.
Your moderator would like to ask you, are you ready to vote? Okay. Is there anybody who would like to speak to the amendment that has information that has not been shared before? Mr. Meissner?
I'm Bob Meissner.
Bob, address your comments, please, to the chair.
Yes, thank you. I'm Bob Meissner. I live right here in in Jaffrey. I beg your pardon.
That's okay.
I live here in Jaffrey on Ingalls Road. And I'm going to take a different perspective because I have a child that went to a private school and another child that went to a public school. And both of them have been very successful. So I'm going to take a very different perspective on objecting to this amendment. And that is the values perspective and the golden rule perspective. And that's a perspective that, why would I want, let me put it positively, I would want my children to be able to go to the schools that they want to go to. But if the golden rule is in effect, then I would want them, the other side, those who right now get vouchers or go to private schools or homeschool, I would want them to be able to say the golden rule applies to you right here at Conant. You have a right to be able to fund your school. That's the golden rule. And the amendment, in my judgment, is mean-spirited and not the way, in my opinion, Christ would want to see us take care of those that nobody else is taking care of. Thank you.
Okay, do you wish to speak to the amendment? Go ahead to the amendment. Thank you for your patience.
My name is Molly Ludlam. I'm from Ringe, and I want to follow up from what the last gentleman said. I wanted to speak not only as a parent, but as a Christian. I noticed many people that I know from the local churches here, many of whom I've gone to Bible study with, that I've prayed with, and we share that faith. And I want to speak to that commonality that we have and look at what the Bible says about loving others and being compassionate. And when we talk about slashing a budget, that hurts others. That doesn't align with my moral and ethical beliefs. And, you know, Jesus said that the first and greatest commandment is to love God with all your heart, soul, mind, and strength. And the second is like that, to love your neighbor as yourself. So I just want to urge all of my fellow brothers and sisters in Christ to really consider what it means to love your neighbor as yourself in this situation. I'm choosing to love my neighbors by supporting public education in the proposed budget.
Do you wish to speak to the amendment, sir? That's astute observation. Would somebody who made the motion, Roberta, you made it, would you like to speak to the motion? Yes, the question was, have we heard from the petitioner or petitioners, I'm sorry, wrong word. Have we heard from the person who has made the amendment to explain the thinking behind the amendment? Speak, sir, to the amendment.
Hello, my name is Monty Montgomery. I live here in Jaffrey. I moved up to the area 10 years ago after a divorce and brought my boys with me. They've been in the school systems since then. Or rather, I should say, my two youngest are in the school system. Denton last year was our valedictorian. I would make the point that the assertion that kids will go elsewhere is not just hypothetical. It was a big point of debate while working things out with my ex, because she was dead set at taking the kids out of the school district. This was around the time of the pandemic when things went wrong, and let's face it, everyone dealt the best that they could. But we lost a lot of faculty, we lost a lot of staff, and they haven't come back. that I remember when I came up 10 years ago, I was impressed at the school system here. It was an amazing revelation. We've lost a little through circumstance ever since then, and it hasn't come back. The cuts are not just the $3 million last year. That was an attempted coup de grace. The things have been tough for the school for a long time. As of last year, the school is still working well, but let's face it, that was fumes. We're running on fumes. We've used up the rainy day funds. They're gone. In any case, I was not actually aware that open enrollment was as close to a reality as it is. When I had to move out of the area, that's what my ex was trying to force us to do, to put the kids in a different school. When it's as easy as choosing another school, oh God, cut the arts, cut sports, good luck.
Okay, does anybody else wish to speak to the amendment?
Bob behind you?
Okay, Roberta, we've had a request that you speak. Well, all right, sir, if you'd like to speak to the amendment, then I'll call upon Roberta. Would you like to go first? Sir, you were in line first. Okay.
Smith, Lord Hill Road, Ringe. I rise in opposition of the amendment. We make elections. We have elections, and we elected the school board to make an educated budget. And if we can't take that into consideration and vote on their recommendation, then shame on all of us. We need to have re-elections.
Sir, do you wish to speak to the amendment? Go ahead.
Braden Dion, resident, Jaffrey, New Hampshire, student athlete at Conant High School. I like how Leslie brought up history of education in just Jaffrey, how we had multiple schools serving students. Let's take a look at history around the gym. Can you give us that shot? I mean, you had shot after shot after shot after shot to do that. What about the ones after me? My siblings, my friends. What about the kids that get on that stage in front of the same crowd as this and play their hearts out, whether it's band, drama? What about them? Because that's the investment. The investment's getting thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars off of college. I'd say that's improvement. This education from this school got me thousands of dollars off of college. It got me an athletic scholarship. The investment's speaking right now. The investment's sitting right there. The investment's all over the gym. It's pretty clear. You're worried about enrollment, speaking about how it's going down. You take away what we love and what's making us succeed, you can kiss enrollment goodbye. Like he said, I believe it was Tom, 40 kids go away to a different school. That's a realistic number. That is a small realistic number. I thought about last year if we didn't have athletics going to a different school. And I love this place. I don't want to leave this. I love my teachers, love my friends. And I thought about it. Imagine people with less than that, what they would think. And that's who you have to think about. Don't put people who aren't in your shoes to make those decisions. Because our shoes are a lot smaller than yours. Give us a shot.
sir, your comments on the amendment.
Yes. My name is Ken Rossback from Ringe. I want to talk a little bit about peace and about having it all. I know we went through this same struggle last year. I just want to say, I know there were a lot of hard feelings, and I heard a lot of comments that I thought were inappropriate, directed at one side or the other. And I didn't like that. I don't like seeing that in my community. Life is complicated. Education's certainly a very high priority. I'd probably put it fourth, right behind shelter, clothing, and food. Luckily, in our country, I don't think we have to worry much about food and clothing. There's plenty of ways to get assistance with that. But shelter is important. And the issue with schooling at this point is you're funding yourselves from property taxes. And so if somebody is looking at their situation and they're worried that their shelter's in jeopardy, they might say, my shelter is more important than education. And I'm not going to fault them for that. I'm not going to tell them that they don't love our kids because they want to keep their home. Luckily for most of us, I don't think that's the case. And I think I want to shout out the Charles family because Ruben was listing some donations and contributions people have made this year. And I want to, I know Justin, thank you for putting your money where your mouth is. That's a very substantial donation to the school. And this is where I speak to the amendment because I think we can have the best of both worlds. Taxes are the arm of the government to force us to share our resources. And so to that end, I'd say to Ruben, everybody in our community supports your school, whether they like it or not. We do. I'm willing to do that. I think you guys have a good school. I think you guys are doing good work. I appreciate all the work that's gone into the budget. I've followed some of it, not all of it. You guys put in a lot of hours. That's great. I don't think you're asking for anything unreasonable. But I think, I'm a problem solver. And the problem I see is that we're, from a practical sense, running up against the limit of what the people in the town are willing to pay in taxes. There's plenty of people in this town who want to support the school beyond that. We just have to figure out a way, a creative way, to get that money from their bank accounts into the school accounts. And I brought this up last year, and I was told, well, we can't add donations to this year's budget because there's no time. I asked about it in a school board meeting a couple weeks ago, and when I said, what have you been doing to find other resources? I was told, oh, well, we applied for a grant here for $12,500, and we got this small donation and that small donation. That's not going to make up the shortfall, right? But if we can find a way to say, hey, I'm sure there's 500 more people in town who can do what the Charleses did, and if we can just find them, we more than make up the shortfall. Thank you.
Roberta, you are the last person in line. Would you be kind enough to educate the voters on where that almost $2.75 million, I believe, would come from?
Okay, Roberta, so I do not have the actual calculations with me, but I can tell you where it started. I didn't bring them, but it started with the base budget, $30,760,000. It was divided by the enrollment count, 1149, to come up with a per student cost, and I know it's not the cost of education, but that's the way it's been being done, which is $26,771. Then it was multiplied out by the projected enrollment of 1088. 1088. And then that was multiplied by 1.027 to add the inflation factor. So it's basically the same per student cost for fewer students with 2.7% inflation added, which is 802,000, which was added on after calculating out. And now I understand the student count's going to even be less than that, of the 1088 that was used. Thank you.
Thank you. The question was called a few moments ago. Sir, I'm addressing it right now. Are you ready to vote? Yes. Okay, let me explain before you move out of your... We already have a request for a secret ballot. Okay, now let me explain very quickly. And Leslie, does everyone have a green?
Everyone has a green ballot.
Everyone's green ballot. Now, what you're going to be doing, green, not blue, not yellow, not purple, whatever, green. What you're going to be doing is you're going to be selecting the A yes or the A no. Do not choose B, C, D, or E.
And we are voting on the amendment?
Yes, now what you're doing is you're voting on the amendment. If you vote yes, you wish to amend and reduce the budget. If you vote no, you're saying, I want to keep the budget as proposed where it is. Is everyone clear on that? All right, so I'm going to ask Town Moderator Kirk Stennerson to come up here, and Town Moderator Hutch Hutchinson for Jaffrey over here. It makes no difference which ballot box you go to, but please tear off and submit the yes or no, A, green, and I'll also remind you that it is illegal and subject to prosecution if you give your ballot to somebody who is not entitled to vote. So, only voters of Ringe and Jaffrey should be voting. The polls are now open. Ladies and gentlemen, is there anyone who has not yet voted on the amendment? Okay. If there's anyone in the overflow room that has not voted, please come up and vote now. Is there anybody else in the Pratt Auditorium that has yet to vote? Okay, we'll keep the polls open for just a couple minutes to see if anybody comes up from the overflow room. Let me explain what we're going to do right now, folks. Warrant Article 2 has an amendment, and until the vote is completed, we can't tell you whether the warrant article has been amended or it stays as is. So what we're going to do is we're going to move to warrant Article 3 and come back to warrant Article 2 in a timely fashion when the vote can be announced. Everyone clear? Okay. Warrant Article 3 reads as follows. Shall the school district vote to approve the cost items included in the collective bargaining agreement reached between the Jaffrey Ringe Cooperative School District and the Jaffrey Ringe Support Staff Association, which calls for the following increases in salaries and benefits at the current staffing levels over those paid in the prior fiscal year. For the fiscal year 2026-27, the estimated increase is $236,283. For the fiscal year 2027-28, the estimated increase is $214,174. And for the fiscal year 2028-29, the estimated increase is $245,290. And to further raise and appropriate $236,283 for the 2026-27 fiscal year, such sum representing the additional cost attributable to the increase in salaries and benefits required by the new agreement over those that would be paid at current staffing levels. That's warrant Article 3. Would somebody from the school board wish to speak to warrant Article 3?
The three-year contract with the Jaffrey Ringe Support Staff Association ends on June 30th of this year. Members of the school board, Christine, John, Judy, and myself started attending negotiation meetings in October with the JRSSA. We met with their team and the union representative. Our goal was to look at the pay scale with the idea that we want to remain competitive in this market and to retain the staff that we have. Training new staff and staff turnover is costly. After several meetings, we were able to negotiate a three-year contract with the JRSSA, which the union ratified and the school board accepted. This contract starts on July 1st, 2026. Ruben has put up the pay scales the next 3 years. So we will not have to negotiate a contract for 3 years.
Has everyone voted?
The slide shows the positions, the pay scale, and the increase in pay for the number of years with the school district. We'd like to thank the JRSSA and their negotiating team, Tim, Jeremy, and Carolyn, for supporting this contract.
And they're fantastic people, and they really deserve it, and it was a great negotiating process.
Thank you.
Is there any discussion from the floor on warrant Article 3 as read? Seeing no one approaching the microphone, I will assume that you're comfortable with the wording of warrant Article 3, and I'll instruct the town clerk, or rather the school district clerk, to make sure that the amendment rather that the warrant Article 3 reads exactly as read. I'll accept a motion to restrict reconsideration on warrant Article 3. Okay, the name of that gentleman there? Joe Moda? Ringe is a second? By? Jeffrey? Okay. All those in favor of restricting reconsideration signify so by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? You've restricted reconsideration on warrant article number 3. So moved. Warrant article 4. Sharon Tinker? Yes, Sharon Tinker? Where's Sharon? Sharon, will you be helping to count? Okay, warrant article 3 passed. It was pretty much unanimous, so warrant article 3, you're comfortable with words. Okay, warrant article 4. Shall the school district, if article 3 is defeated, authorize the governing body to call one special meeting at its option to address article 3 cost items only? I'd like to speak to that from the school board.
So this allows the school district to go back to the negotiations to get a short-term plan to bring back to the voters should the Article 3 not pass on the March voting day.
Any discussion from the floor in warrant article 4? Seeing none, I sense you're comfortable with the wording, and I will instruct the school district clerk to ensure that warrant article 4 is on the ballot in both towns as read. Warrant article 5. Shall the Jaffrey Ringe Cooperative School District vote to adopt the provisions of New Hampshire RSA Chapter 194-D as in Delta and become an open enrollment school district under the terms of the RSA, and to admit up to 150 students from outside the school district to grades kindergarten through grade 12, and to permit 0% of the resident student population eligible to enroll outside of the district in open enrollment schools or programs. Who would like to speak to that from the school board? Chris Radcliffe?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm going to try and explain Article 5 as clearly as I can in the time that we have here tonight. This article is a bit confusing, but I'll do my best to explain it clearly and succinctly. I'll also state at the outset here that there is ongoing legislative activity that may change or nullify the impacts of this article before it is even brought to a vote in March. So, why is this article being presented now? Recent court decisions have changed the landscape for public school open enrollment in New Hampshire. Students may now transfer to another public school more easily, and when they do, our district loses funding, both state and local, even though most of the costs remain. Article 5 is much like others that are being proposed at school districts all over the state. Our proposal allows the district and voters to act now to protect our Jaffrey Ringe schools, programs, and your tax dollars instead of reacting later. You can go to the next slide, Leslie. When discussing this at earlier meetings, we've heard your concerns about parental rights. This article does not remove any parental rights or choices. Families keep every option that they have today in New Hampshire. This includes education freedom accounts, homeschooling, charter schools, private schools, and tuition agreements. No student is forced to stay in district schools because of this article. This proposed article is limited and focused on open enrollment per RSA 194D only. Next slide. Oh. Okay, now what does this article do? Oh, that's good. This proposal adopts open enrollment in our district, but carefully. It allows students, setting a cap at 150, to come into our schools if space allows, but does not allow students to leave and take funding with them. Our proposed 2026-2027 budget does not include a line item for open enrollment tuition to other districts and cannot support lost revenue. By accepting students from other districts, the article also allows the potential for additional revenue in the form of tuition. Next slide. Why are we recommending this approach? First, it protects our district budget and existing programs. Second, it keeps local tax dollars local, where we feel they belong. Third, it prevents increases in property taxes due to lost revenue. Fourth, it positions us to be able to accept revenue in a challenging fiscal environment. And lastly, it is a proactive approach we can take to set an open enrollment policy that is directed by the district and local taxpayers and not the courts. I need to also note that the New Hampshire legislature is fast-tracking open enrollment legislation with a House vote likely to be held soon. We do not know what the result of this will be or how it will affect this article, but we'll work to keep you informed as the situation develops. So I'm sure you have a lot of questions. We've received a lot of questions on this article, so I put just a few here to review. Question number 1, does this remove parental choice? That answer is no. All existing options remain. Question number 2, why are we not allowing students to transfer out? The answer to that is to prevent loss of funding, increase property taxes, and to protect our existing programs. Question number 3, will this raise taxes? No, the goal of this article is to reduce tax pressure, not increase it. Question number 4, what if the state law changes? The answer to that is this is very likely. Regardless, a local open enrollment policy puts us in a stronger position. Thank you for listening. I'll now hand the microphone back to the moderator for further discussion.
Thank you, Chris. The floor is open for anyone who wishes to speak to this particular warrant article. Number 5. Tom, I'm going to see you at the Rotary meeting tomorrow morning. If I'm not there, it's because I'm asleep. Go ahead. Is that an advertisement for joining the Rotary Club? 7:15 tomorrow morning. Go ahead, Tom.
Tom Alborn Sue from Jaffrey. I just want to point out, open enrollment is a terrible idea in New Hampshire. It does work in some states where the state pays for education. Therefore, when a student moves from one district to another, they don't take the money with them. But that is not the case here in New Hampshire. Open enrollment is a really bad idea because that was previously said, if a student leaves our district, they take the money with them on top of the schools. We don't get to budget for that. And because the new law would require that every school post their capacity every month, we don't even know when the students are going to move. They could move at any time. I've read the bill. And that means, how do you pass a budget when we're doing it right now in February? We're budgeting for an enrollment that we're going to have in September that could change by very significant numbers. Open enrollment, as it's currently written, is a stupid idea put together by legislatures who have not nearly thought through the consequences. And therefore, my My comment to you is that, to our board is, yes, we need to actually prepare for this because I think it's going to happen. And to the people, that whatever we can do to write to our legislators and say, this is a stupid idea, and if you pass it, we're going to know you voted for it. Okay? Because this has not been thought through and it's bad for our schools. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hi, Ken Rossback, Ringe. I have, I guess, a concern and a question, Chris, because you were saying that this doesn't change parent choice, but I read this last sentence, to permit 0% of resident student population eligible to enroll outside the district in open enrollment school programs. So how does that, if a parent wanted to send their student somewhere out of district, to me, that sounds like the district's allowed to say no. And you might, and this gets to my concern, which is, well, while you guys might say no, if somebody decides to pursue a court option, a judge who might not be from here and might not understand as you guys understand, might look at that and think the same thing I think, which is, well, the law that the people in your district passed says that the school board's allowed to say no. So I guess, oh, sure.
I guess this works. Yeah, that's why I wanted to be really clear about that, because that's the feedback that we received about the language on the article. And as it stands today, and as it'll stand if this passes, parents have absolute 100% right and control over where they send their students to school. Any school, certainly, that they choose. This is specific to the RSA, in that if the student leaves Conan and chooses to go to another district school, our district would not have to pay that tuition.
Okay, what do you mean specific to RSA? Can you elaborate on that, please?
There's an open enrollment RSA that defines the process, and that's what we're doing here. So this is the open enrollment RSA,
right,
which we are adopting, but in a controlled manner. We are not, again, allowing students to leave, and that is because of concerns about the budget.
So, see, that's where I get frustrated, because on the one hand, you say parents have choice, but then you say we're not allowing students to leave, and those sound like mutually exclusive
I understand.
in my head. So can you help me make it make sense? How we say we're not letting students leave, but we are letting parents have their choice.
I think if we could go back to that slide, do you have control, Ruben? Yeah, go ahead.
So I think what you're hearing from the school board is that the statute allows districts like yourselves to adopt a provision when they adopt open enrollment that limits the district's obligation to pay for attendance at other public schools for district students. So that's what you're voting on with this particular proposal. However, parents have the ability under other statutes to send their children to other public schools, and they can work out a deal with that school district, and if the district accepts them, they can go to that school. But the district is not obligated to send with that student a portion of your per pupil costs.
Okay, so what I'm understanding, if I understand what you mean, is you're saying students still have the same choices, but the district can say, we're not going to pay for it, you have to pay for it on your own. And we're going to do that in a school district where like a third of the parents of school-age children elect not to go to our public schools. Like that seems to me a little heavy-handed personally. But
I'm explaining the law, I'm not explaining the rationale behind it.
No, I'm just, sorry, I think I understand what you're saying, and if my understanding is correct, then that seems, in our current circumstances, a little heavy-handed, but that's just a personal opinion. So I guess officially, I'd probably say, if that's what the correct understanding, I probably don't support this.
Another way of thinking about it is that it keeps everything that is currently in place the same, except for we would be allowing other individuals to come into our school if tuition were paid by another district.
And I think there may be a misunderstanding. Other public school does not include charter schools. The state pays for charter schools. Charter schools are different. So if a parent wants to go to a charter school and take their child to another charter school, they still will have that right, and the state will pay for the cost of that charter school. This is different. Open enrollment simply means a district is saying, we'll take, like you're proposing to do, you're proposing to accept students and have the district that that student resides in pay 80% of the cost of their per pupil expenses to you. All the district is doing by adopting this article and the way the school board has proposed it is saying you can still go to another public school, but the district and the taxpayers are not going to foot the bill for you going there. So you have the right to go, but the money isn't following you.
Okay.
All right?
Thank you. Yes, please.
Valerie Carey Ringe. Just my understanding of open enrollment currently, today, is that open enrollment has existed in New Hampshire, meaning that schools could choose to be open enrollment schools. But schools haven't had the opportunity to choose not to send kids to open enrollment schools. And so there's been recent court challenges where students have left a district to go to a school that's deemed themselves an open enrollment school, and then the district that they would have gone to because they reside there gets a bill for the tuition. Those school districts have challenged in court that they should not have to pay that bill because they didn't have any kind of program that allowed students to leave, and because they had not budgeted for it, and in some cases they had tuition agreements that included exclusivity. The courts have ruled that those districts did have to pay the tuition because their students went to an open enrollment school, and part of the decision was if your school district doesn't have an open enrollment program, you don't get to say how many kids leave. So this article is to adopt an open enrollment program so that Jaffrey Ringe District has a chance to say how many children we could support leaving and how many children we could support coming in. So this is not to say that people can't participate in open enrollment. We can't really restrict that. What it does restrict is how many students we would pay for to leave and how many students we would have coming in. It's challenging that there's currently legislation that may change this as early as tomorrow or as late as next week. But the goal of this article is really just to adopt a program, as we've all been advised to do in every district, so that we're limiting the liability exposure of the district to have to send out as many students who might want to go somewhere else. When they're saying this doesn't change your rights as a parent to choose, they mean it doesn't change your current rights as a parent to choose. You still have education freedom accounts. You still have all the current things available to you. This is just trying to limit the liability of having a bunch of kids leave and the district to not be able to budget all of that full tuition, not adequacy funds, full tuition.
Eleanor Alborn Sue Jaffrey. I'd like to clarify and also perhaps ask a question. As I understand it, an amendment to that House bill about open enrollment has been rolled into a completely different bill, which is about substance abuse, and it is being pushed through on kind of a fast track in the House. It's now called HB 751. And as I understand it, that no longer allows us to not pay. Am I correct on that?
If House Bill 751 were to pass and the governor signed that, then it would make things muddier. Yes, it may indeed nullify this. We don't have an exact understanding yet of what it would do, but the goal of that bill is to make all schools in New Hampshire, all public schools in New Hampshire, open enrollment schools. And I don't believe that they're going to be meeting tomorrow as originally planned. I believe it's been postponed for 1 week.
It's been postponed for 1 week because the legislators realize how badly organized this is and the incredible, terrible impact it's going to have on schools.
Victoria Stenerson, Ringe. I'm the secretary, so I get it.
Thank you.
I have a question. So if we increase the percentage to 100%, what does that do? Does it affect how much the school pays? So, and to permit 100% of the resident student population eligible to enroll outside of the district in open enrollment schools or programs. Based on how I understand it, and I could be wrong, I am known to be wrong. If we increase it to 100%, does that mean that the school has to pay 100% per student that leaves to attend another open enrollment school? No. Can you explain what 100% would do versus 0%?
For this, under the current law,
Yes.
changing to 100% would mean 100% of your pupils in the district could leave the district and take with them your per pupil cost, and the district would be responsible for paying for them to go to another school.
And
It's the number of students that can leave the district. So if that was changed, instead of permit 0% to say permit 100%, it's of the residents of the district to go to out-of-district schools.
Does this include, do they include charter schools and private schools, or is it just open enrollment schools?
Just open enrollment schools.
Okay, I just want to clarify that. And when you're discussing about when students leave, and you're saying they can't leave during a specific, because I know you said we're still allowing choice. So really this is about the funding for students, correct?
Correct.
Okay, that is all.
It's all
Thank
about
you.
being responsible for the tuition to go elsewhere.
Okay, thank you, that's all.
Leslie, you wish to speak?
Hi, Leslie McLean Jaffrey. I have a question. I want to make sure if I were a parent here and I wanted to send my kid to another school, I could withdraw my student from school here, apply for an EFA, and use those funds to send my child to another public school without impacting this, correct? That's totally outside of this. Right, so that right has not gone away. There is still a funding way. Okay, thank you.
Yes, please.
June Saylor O'Day, Ringe. My question before I even remotely consider amending this is this. If it were changed to say, instead of, and to permit 0% of resident student population enrollment to enroll outside the district, if it was changed to say, and to permit an equal number of resident student population eligible to enroll outside the district in open enrollment schools or programs, meaning that if we took 150 students in and they are paying tuition and we allow an equal number of students to leave, from a budget standpoint, are we going to be hurting if we would do something like that? And the only reason why I'm bringing it up, it seems like if the budget that we bring in and are operating our schools on that budget, as long as that is not decreasing by doing this, doesn't that fulfill the obligation of allowing parents to really have that choice, which is what the intent of this RSA is?
Let's get an answer for you.
The statute indicates that when you adopt the provisions of the statute, RSA 194D, the school district shall impose limitations on the number of its resident pupils who may attend open enrollment schools located inside and outside the school district. These limitations shall be represented as any percentage between 0 and 100% of the school's current pupil enrollment. So the requirement is to express it in a percentage of the statute. In order to comply with the statute, that's what's required. And that sentence is extremely complicated. This law, I'll make an editorial comment, is one of the worst written laws I've ever read. However, I'll take off the editorial comment and just give my legal statement. I can read this again. In adopting the provisions of RSA 194-D, a school district shall impose limitations on the number of its resident pupils who may attend open enrollment schools located inside. That's where the confusion lies. Let me explain that. Some districts have multiple elementary schools. You do, right? You've got two. You could adopt open enrollment between your two elementary schools and allow kids from one to go to the other. So that's what that's talking about. And then it says, and outside the school district. That's allowing kids to leave the district. Kids who move within the district don't carry with them tuition because it's all within your own district. Kids who leave the district take with them everything, 80%, at least 80% of your per pupil cost. That's what they take with them. It costs us to send students to other districts that are open enrollment. So, and it has to be expressed in a percentage between 0 and 100%. Okay?
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Gordon. Yes, please.
Megan Berger, Ringe. I just wanted to make a point of clarification, just because it's not strictly said here, but if we are sending students outside of our district, we are going to be paying the tuition of the school we're sending them to? Is that correct? No.
The district will pay 80% of your cost per pupil to send students to open enrollment schools outside of the district. In addition to that, the district will be responsible for any special education expenses that those students have at another school, which will be an added expense because you'll be doing it off-site.
Thank you.
The only other thing I would add is that in the area of career and technical education, CTE, schools that have CTE programs already are open enrollment schools. And so, for instance, if a learner from here goes to another school for a CTE course and desires to stay for the rest of the day, then our district does have to pay that 80% or whatever the agreement is that the collaborative has. That is already in place.
Seeing no one else at the microphone, I sense you're comfortable with the wording, which will be voted upon at the March 10th election. You're comfortable with the wording on Article number 5, on Article 5. So at this particular point, I'll instruct the school district clerk to ensure that the wording as was read and is in front of you appears in both warrants. I would like to, quick housekeeping tour, accept a motion to restrict reconsideration on warrant Article 4 and Article 5. Is there a motion to that end? So moved.
Any name?
Okay, and second? Second by? Thank you, got that? Okay. We had the vote tally for the amendment. We just voted on it. Oh, wake up. Okay, all those in favor of restricting reconsideration on warrant Article 4 and warrant Article 5, please signify so by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Thus declared. Thank you. Okay, there were 663 votes cast. If you voted yes, you support the reduction to 30,765,000. If you voted no, you were voting to keep the budget as proposed at 33,500,000. There were 208 yes votes, 455 no votes. The amendment is defeated. Now, what this means, since the amendment is defeated, is that the wording as proposed for warrant Article 2 remains the same. Is there any further discussion on warrant Article 2 as originally proposed? If not, I sense you're receptive to the wording of Article 2 as originally read. Do you want me to read that back to you? What a bunch of hateful folks. Okay, I will not read it. I'll instruct the school district clerk to ensure that Article 2 goes in both the Ringe and the Jaffrey ballots as initially proposed. Yes. Gladly. There's a motion made by, is it a coincidence that the moderators of both towns are voting? Okay, the motion's made by Kirk Sanderson to restrict reconsideration on warrant Article 2 and seconded by Hutch Hutchinson, moderator for the town of Jaffrey. All those in favor signify so by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Bless you. You restrict reconsideration. A 5-minute recess? Okay. We're going to take a 5-minute recess. Let me explain why. Leslie McLean, who is our school district clerk, has to run back to her office in this building to get something secure for securing the ballots. If for some reason somebody want a recount of the ballots, although it's pretty decisive, we have to safeguard them. So we're just going to recess for 5 minutes because Leslie's also taking the minutes for this deliberative session. So without Leslie, we can't proceed. So 5-minute recess, stretch, bio break, whatever. We'll reconvene in 5 minutes.
Do it. Let's start this now.
All right, the recess of 5 minutes is over. If you could please take your seats, and we will continue on with tonight's voting.
I got a ribbon. Okay, folks, would you please take your seats? Leslie, you're all set? Okay. Folks, please take your seats. We're going to begin. Sir, you have the floor.
Justin Charles, Ringe. I make a motion to move Article 8 to be the next article in question.
Okay, is there a second to that motion? Okay, I have it. Need a name, sir? Kevin Hampton? Hampy, okay. Sir, would you like to speak to, let me read Warrant Article 8.
Yes, I think that it just makes logical sense. We just discussed the budget, the proposed budget, and this article directly affects the proposed budget, should it pass or continue unamended. So I think it makes sense to move it up to be the next one under discussion. Thank
Okay,
you.
let me read Warrant Article 8. This is a petition article. Shall we adopt the provisions of RSA 32:5, Section E as in Edward, and implement a budget cap whereby the school board or budget committee shall not submit a recommended budget that is higher than $24,944 per pupil cost times the average daily membership and residence of the school district as of October 1 of the year immediately preceding the proposed budget year, plus an annual increase for inflation using CPI-U for the Boston, Cambridge, Newton, Mass, New Hampshire area published by the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics as of October 1st. This warrant article, if it were to go in as written, will require a 3/5 majority of the voters who vote on March 10th. Would the petitioner like to speak to this motion to explain it and the ramifications? Is the petitioner here? Yes, you're right, we should. All those in favor, I'll wake up. All those in favor of moving warrant article 8 to the present position, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, thank you. Okay, so at this particular point, I'd like the petitioner to speak to this motion. If there's no petitioner, are you a petitioner, sir? I heard the words, no way, okay. Before you approach the mic, let me ask you though, I'd like to ask the petitioner or petitioners, someone to come up and explain your thinking behind this particular petition article. If not, we're all kind of scratching our heads. I don't have any more here to pull out, so.
I object. And I object for the same reason I said earlier. If the people are not going to support their petition articles, why should we even consider it? I think this is just fundamentally wrong. And if they don't have the guts to come here and talk to us about it, we shouldn't consider it any further.
Okay, and your name, sir? Okay, you defer to Claudia? Claudia?
Claudia Stewart, Ringe. I am one of the petitioners. So, we hear people tonight talk about how the state is downshifting expenses to the town, or the state's not giving enough money. The truth is, the state is paying more than it ever has. In the last two decades, the state has actually doubled what they've given to education. What we heard tonight is that if we give more money to the school district, and they want an 8.83% increase, that they will do better. And they have been doing better, But I'm not sure moving from 16% to 24% is what the taxpayers are expecting for a quality education for their student. We have been giving them more money on a regular basis, and this is the end result. What we have seen is a superintendent overseeing a school district that has falling student enrollment, low proficiency, receive a salary and benefits package of $208,000, making him one of the highest paid superintendents in the state. We see the school board looking to hire an assistant superintendent with a salary and benefits package of over $196,000 to help one of the highest paid superintendents in the state run a school district with slightly over 1,000 students at a cost to taxpayers of almost $34 million. Some people have said here tonight that we do not support schools. We do. We pay taxes. We have been supporting schools, and 62% of our taxes have been going to the schools. The purpose of this cap is to clearly send a message to the school board to respect the needs of all of the community. And every year we come to this deliberative, and we don't know exactly how much our taxes are going to climb, but we know they will. And so putting a cap in that's based on an actual cost, and I know people want to talk about the cost to educate being $20,000 some dollars, but this figure actually adds back in food, transportation in the bond. This was the approved budget last year. You take that per pupil cost, you multiply it by the number of students coming in, and that is what you get. And there is also an option to have an annual increase based on the CPI. So the taxpayers are still here listening, and while some improvement is great, looking for more improvement for the money they're spending. And that's why those of us who signed on it submitted this petition.
So she can speak longer if she wants?
I don't need to speak.
Are you okay? Yeah. Okay, she's okay.
Okay,
All right.
sounds good.
Thank you.
A petitioner has up to 10 minutes to speak to it, okay?
I want to follow.
Everyone else, 3 minutes. You have the floor.
Thank you.
I will.
My clock is counting down, so I'm going to start talking. Alicia Stennerson Jaffrey. I get the frustration around rising property taxes. I feel it too, but none of us are immune to that pressure. But the way to address that frustration is not by putting arbitrary spending caps on our locally elected school board. That approach takes decision-making away from the people that we elected to do this work and replaces it with a flat cap that does not reflect the real needs of our schools or our students. If we want real, lasting tax relief, this fix is at the state level. We should be electing state officials who are willing to fully and fairly publicly fund education. I encourage you to look at the voting record of our local representatives to see what they have done to support, or spoiler alert, or not, school funding to reduce the local tax burden. State funding is not just our taxes in a different form. Local schools in New Hampshire rely overwhelmingly on property taxes because the state contributes relatively little. State funding comes from a broader mix of revenue sources, including business profit taxes, business enterprise taxes, and other statewide revenues like lottery funds that do not fall solely on local homeowners. When the state pays a larger share of education costs using those sources, it reduces pressure on our local property taxes and spreads the responsibility more fairly, easing the burden on working families and seniors who currently shoulder most of the costs. Here's the reality. New Hampshire ranks in the top 10 nationally for overall education funding, but we are 50th dead last when it comes to state funding for public education. That means property taxpayers are being forced to make up the difference because the state is not paying its fair share. This is not the fault of our students or our teachers or our administration in the school board. Education is complex and labor intensive, yes, expensive, but also essential. Our public schools are working to meet today's challenges for tomorrow's generation, and we have a student body that has increasingly complex academic, social, and emotional needs, and our schools are doing the best that they can to meet those needs. Placing a cap would have a catastrophic impact on our school community. The school would lose millions of dollars in essential funding, leading to cuts to staff and programs, increases in class sizes, reduced services, and long-term damages to school quality and community stability. With that said, I move to amend the article language from $24,944 to $100,000 per pupil. I have 13 seconds left to explain why.
Well, wait, I'm hearing an amendment.
I am.
That says, shall we delete $24,944 and insert $100,000?
Correct.
Correct? Is there a second to that? What a quiet group. Okay. I recognize Eleanor. So, yes. Okay. Would you speak to the motion?
Yes. I know $100,000 sounds absurd, but that is intentional because this petition warrant article itself is absurd. Raising this number makes it clear to voters that this is absurd, and it signals that this is not responsible or serious policy, and it ensures that when this goes to the ballot on March 10th, voters understand that this article should fail. That's all I got.
Thank you. Yes, sir. You have the floor.
I'll take it.
The amendment is simply, shall we delete $24,944 and insert $100,000? Yes, sir. You have the floor.
Alafave, Ringe. Where are you, Dan? Everyone put your hand up and pull out a number. Take a number and we'll put 500,000. $1 million.
Sir, do you want to direct your comments to
Sorry
the
about that.
I'll hold up my hand, okay?
Sorry. I sympathize with the amendment. I disagree with the original petition. That's like pulling a number, which I did a long time ago. Let's pull a number out of the sky, any number at all, and we'll put it in there. I don't like a set number in anything. You can't figure out what's going on, and you could say, oh, Boston, Cambridge, Newton, Mass, New Hampshire. I'm from Cambridge, originally. I wouldn't go that far. A lot of good people in Cambridge. I wouldn't go that far. Let's stay away from that figure that some group and the Bureau of Labor Statistics, I wouldn't put anything into labor statistics these days. So I would say no to 100,000 or 500,000 or $24,944. It's not, we don't need to do that. We need to decide ourselves what should be in the budget.
I hear you saying you're against the amendment.
I think so.
Okay. Yes, please.
Ann Whitney, Ringe. I want to reiterate some critical context for understanding the impact of this warrant article, and that is that last Thursday, January 29th, the New Hampshire Senate passed SB 101, which is favored to pass in the House in the next weeks and unlikely to be vetoed by the governor, and that would enable universal, unrestricted open enrollment in New Hampshire taking effect immediately once the bill is signed. Many people in this room over the years have said at school deliberative sessions that the schools should be run like a business, and the passage of SB 101 into law would force that. We will have to market ourselves like a business or risk losing students to other districts. And in the face of that soon-to-be law, any warrant article that places an arbitrary cap on our school budgets puts Jaffrey Ringe schools and taxpayers at a disadvantage. I've worked in business in my entire career as a marketer, and I can tell you this with certainty. The way to attract investors to your business is not to stop investing in the business yourself. If we cap our school budget in this way, the message we send to parents considering JR schools for their kids is that we similarly limit our expectations for our students. And make no mistake, every parent who uses open enrollment to try to improve their child's education is making an investment, But they aren't investing money, they're investing something much more precious, their child, and entrusting them to a school. It is our job to show that we will help that investment grow. And then there's the other side of the open enrollment coin. Every student that leaves Jaffrey Ringe takes their cost per pupil with them to their new school if SB 101 passes. The amount is based on cost per pupil for the sending district, not the receiving district. Our costs will remain flat even as we lose students to Keene or Peterborough or Messinic, and over time we will send more and more money to districts where we have no say in how it is spent. And as our state adequacy aid decreases with our in-district enrollment, more and more of that legally required spending will come from your property taxes. To reiterate, this spending cap, when viewed with open universal enrollment in mind, will discourage incoming students, and it will also cause more of our school budget to fall on local property taxes. Long term, it is a bad business decision. And I urge you to vote for the amendment to show voters who are not present tonight how absurd this truly is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You wish to speak to the amendment? Okay. Do you wish to speak to the amendment? Okay. Do you wish to speak to the amendment to $100,000? All right.
Carlene Walter in Ringe, and I have been attending the school board meetings for the last couple months. I'm sure you all recognize my face. Many of the people in this room have students in our school district, and I, as a past educator, I am pro-education, but I am also pro-community. And some of the comments that I have heard in this room tonight have been very disparaging. So, the reason this petition was filed was maybe, I do believe this was a little punitive, but it's to get a message across. And I wonder, is the JR School Board listening to the parents of the entire community, not just the parents that have chosen to come to this school? There was information presented at one of the board meetings with some disdain that pointed out that 30% of the JR parents either send their kids to homeschool or they send them to charter or private school. I wonder why. There must be a reason. The district has expressed concern over losing state tax revenues because parents are choosing to pull their children out of public schools and choosing these alternative school options. And after having discussions with parents, I'm not really that surprised at some of these decisions. Most of these have been discussed tonight. They are talking about the high cost per student that we are paying out of our taxes, yes, but we are still paying that $30 million. Last year, the voters sent a clear message, and I'm not going to talk about the proficiency scores again because there's been a lot of points, and I know there are different data points. But how in the world do you compare your district to somebody else if you don't look at one set of data points? Last year, the voters sent a clear message by cutting $3 million from the school budget. The message was, we want to see better choices that produce better results for our hard-earned tax dollars. The message was being sent, but was it received by the school board? I also want to point out the JR School District mission statement reads, we inspire, engage, and empower all learners to thrive in their lives and communities. After watching the meeting on Monday night, I was not there in person, but I did watch it online. The standards were proposed, and I looked at your health standards. I looked at your counseling, the program that you use for your counseling. That is very heavily DEI and SEL. Yes, it is. There are all sorts. Excuse me, that is rude, and I think that was one of the rules we were not supposed to do. I wonder, is this mission being accomplished, or are schools, are the social, emotional, and DEI needs being emphasized over quality education? The awards and honors presented at the beginning of tonight's meeting sound impressive, but I wonder, are these awards given by predominantly education-related organizations meant to self-aggrandize
and make a systemic issue in the public education system across our state and nation.
Would you please?
I wonder if the majority, I have two more sentences.
Would you please come, your 3 minutes is up, would you please come?
Excuse me, I was a petitioner, I thought I had 10 minutes. Yes? I wonder if the majority of our students' academic scores are floundering. How does this inspire, engage, and empower our learners to thrive in their lives and communities? We're a small New Hampshire community, but I believe it's time to take a stand and stand up for what we believe. Our students deserve better, even the ones in your schools.
Thank you. Do you wish to speak to the amendment? Tom?
I would like to speak to this amendment to make several points. One, this amendment will go to the voters no matter what we vote tonight. And so the petition will go to the voters. And so we're not voting on whether or not it goes. It goes to the voters. So if the original number had been left as is, given the enrollment of 1,088 projected students, the school budget would be $139,072. That is a $5 million cut, which is much more than the $3 million cut that we just defeated. So I would like people to be clear that this has been made. I support this motion to make the number 100,000. We will never spend that. But the point is, we cannot impose a cap, and the cap that was up there represents a $5 million cut that will go to the voters in March. So I support the amending of the number to a very large number. Nobody responsible will ever spend that. But the point is that it puts the responsibility back where it belongs with our elected school board. It's their job to set the budget, not somebody else. Thank you.
As you do not wish to speak to the amendment, let me explain that we've had a request for this particular warrant article, as originally written by petition, to be a secret ballot. Right now, we have an amendment to the original wording. My question to the petitioners is, do you still wish a secret ballot on the amendment, which is to delete $24,944 and increase that to $100,000? Would the petitioners please share their decision? Are the petitioners for the secret ballot still here? Okay. Do you still wish a secret ballot on the amendment, or would a hand vote suffice? Yeah, there's an amendment right now to one amendment at this time. So we have an amendment to delete so much and insert $100,000. So my question to the petitioners is, we can have a secret ballot on the amendment, but if, because of the amendment, if you would change your mind for the amendment, not the original petition article, I'm asking you, can we do away with the secret ballot for the amendment and do a hand vote? It can be amended again. So if, as an example, you wanted to change it to $3 million. Okay, so I'm somebody asking, for the sake of time, would those that signed the petition for a secret ballot Okay. Now, school district councils indicated to me that if you wish a secret ballot on the amendment, you're entitled to it. It will take time, but you're entitled to it. So if you do that now, if we do a secret ballot, and let's say it gets passed or defeated, and you wish to propose another amendment to change the dollar amount to, as an example, $200,000, we could have another secret ballot. So I'm just simply asking, for this particular warrant article amendment, do you still wish a secret ballot? You're entitled to it, but we could also take a hand vote. What are your wishes? Hand vote? Okay, well, there's a motion for a secret ballot. You need 5 signatures. We already have a request for a secret ballot. I'm just simply asking for the sake of time. Okay. Right. We will have a secret ballot on the amendment. So here's what we're going to do. Rather than having everybody jump, we're going to do it by rows and ask you to go up, starting first row, second row, third row, etc. You'll be voting with the B on your green card. Now, what this means also, if you vote yes, you are saying, I want $100,000 to replace the $24,944. If you vote no, you're saying, leave it as is. Okay, so what I'm going to do is ask this is B as in Bravo, yes or no? Green. Yes, green. And this is voting yes if you wish the $100,000, no if you wish the dollar amount to stay the same as originally proposed. So what we're going to do is we're going to start here in the front aisle. If you would please go up, just like receiving communion at church. Yeah. Yeah, overflow. The overflow room can come in right now. Only 34 people.
Ice. Oh, really? Ice fish? No. Sugar? Oh, good for you. That was great. Well,
Okay, I feel better. I don't want to kick these kids out. Holly Alderman, please come to the back of the room under the hoop. Holly Alderman, please come to the back of the room.
You can probably get some mats. Oh my God. Like, I have, actually, I knew that would be. The stuff that came out of kids' mouths was unreal. Because we kept
got a great
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Has everyone voted on the amendment to the warrant article number 8? Has everybody voted? Is there anybody that hasn't voted? Okay. And as everyone in the overflow room, I might also add, if you're in the overflow room, there are some seats available up here if you'd like to come up. We'll keep the polls open for 2 more minutes. Anybody who comes from the overflow room to vote, please do so. Overflow room's all set, okay. So at this point, if everyone has voted, polls are closed. And if you would please count. And Sharon Teeger, would you like to come up and help with the, oh, there you are, I'm sorry. Sorry, Sharon. Okay, while we're waiting for the vote, we're going to move to warrant article 7, warrant article 6. Warrant Article 6 reads as follows. Shall the school district establish a capital reserve fund under the provisions of RSA 35:1 Section C, as in Charlie, called the Employee Benefits Capital Reserve Fund, for the purpose of funding the cost of negotiated employee benefits, including but not limited to health insurance reimbursements, health insurance assessments, changes in coverage or policies chosen by employees, severance benefits, and such other negotiated benefits which are or which become obligations of the district, and further to raise and appropriate up to $25,000 to be placed in this fund, said sum to come from the June 30th, 2026 fund balance available for transfer on July 1st, 2026, and further to name the school board as agents to expend this fund. That's warrant article 6. I'll ask if someone from the school board would like to speak to this particular warrant article.
Hello, everyone. I'm Christine Pressman, Jaffrey School Board, and thank you all for attending and for staying so late. I know this is way past my bedtime. So I'm just going to explain simply what this warrant article is. This warrant article asks voters for permission to create a savings account called the Employee Benefits Capital Reserve Fund and put up to $25,000 into the fund. The money would not come from new taxes. It would come from leftover money at the end of the 25-26 school year. The warrant allows the school board to spend from this fund when needed. The school board would be named as the agents to expend, meaning that they can use the money without needing another vote each time. The school board would use this fund to pay for employee health benefit costs. This includes things like health insurance reimbursements, health insurance rate increases or assessments, changes in insurance plans chosen by employees, severance pay, or any other employee benefits the district is legally required to provide. Basically, it's a savings account to help the district cover unpredictable or rising employee benefit expenses. Thank you.
Okay, discussion from the floor. Seeing none, I'm sensing you're comfortable with Article 6 as was read. I'll instruct the school district clerk to ensure the wording as you had heard read and seen to. I must be tired. I'll instruct the school district clerk to ensure the wording is as you heard just a few minutes ago in both the budget, or rather both the ballots for Ringe and for Jaffrey. I'll accept a motion to restrict reconsideration on warrant Article 6. Who said so moved? Okay. Seconded? Okay. All those in favor of restricting reconsideration on warrant Article 6, please signify so by saying aye. Opposed? Thus declared. Article 7. Shall the school district vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $350,000 to be placed in the Capital Reserve Fund for the reconstruction and repair of real estate, buildings, and capital equipment of the district established in 1990 and amended in 1999. That's warrant article number 7. Would someone from the school board like to speak to this?
Good evening. My name is John McCarthy. This is basically a reaction to our budget position. We're asking for a $350,000 addition to our capital reserve fund. It's a minimal request. We've spent quite a bit of money over the last 10 years improving our HVAC systems, putting in electrical upgrading our electrical system, improving our parking lots, which I think everybody is grateful for, but we're not anticipating anything like that this year. This is just a bare bones, let's keep things moving forward. We have 4 items that we're planning to spend this money on. One of them is to start replacing windows. We have windows in both grade schools that are in very bad shape and that need to be replaced. We're not going to replace all of them, but we'll start this year. We're going to put in some parking lot lighting in this area, in this school, the middle high school, and replace or fix the main entrance canopy at the Ringe Memorial School. And then we're going to resurface our track and hope to do that in the spring, assuming this passes. So, thank you.
Thank you, John. Any discussion from the floor? Sir, you look like Julius Caesar there in the middle. I stand corrected. Daffy Duck. Okay. Okay, seeing nobody at the microphone, I sense you're comfortable with the article number 7 as read, and I'll instruct the school district clerk to ensure it's on the ballot in both Jaffrey and Ringe as read. Okay, do we have a number yet? No. Okay, accept a motion to restrict reconsideration on warrant article number 7. So moved by, got it, and second by? Okay, got it, thank you. All those in favor of restricting reconsideration signify so by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Okay, now, at this point, I think we're about ready to come up with the numbers. Okay, there were a total of 373 votes tallied. There were 3 misvotes. People inserted the wrong letter, so we could not count them. I might also add, please do not circle, although it becomes clear what your indication is, submit either yes or a no ballot. Okay, so here's the vote. There were 315 yes votes, 58 no votes, which says you have passed the amendment to increase it to $100,000. At this point, yes, the totals were the 373 votes cast, 315 yes, 58 no. Okay? At this particular point, the warrant article number 8 has been amended to reflect higher than $100,000 per pupil. Is there further discussion on warrant article number 8? Seeing none, we will submit this, Leslie, to both ballots. Warrant 8 with the amended figure of $100,000 per pupil. Chair will accept a motion to restrict reconsideration of warrant article number 8. Okay. Who said that? Okay. Seconded by Tom Elborn Sue. All those in favor of restricting reconsideration signify so by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Thus declared. Okay, what do we have left? Article 9. Article 9 reads as follows. A petition. The petition warrant article requesting the Jaffrey Ridge School District adopt a bathroom policy that supports a student's right to privacy and separates biological and gender ideological bathroom choices. Is the petitioner here who would speak to the motion or to the warrant article, please? Lori, did you speak? Okay. Okay. You have the floor, Claudia. Claudia, go ahead. You
All right. We would like the community to be aware that conversations regarding a future bathroom remodel at the Conant Middle High School have taken place. While we are unaware of any immediate plans being made for the bathroom remodel, we are concerned by comments made during the November 17th Jaffrey Ridge School Board meeting this year, indicating that the administration is open to and impressed by the bathroom layout at the Keene High School. For those of you who are not aware, Keene High School bathroom is one large open room with sinks and stalls for both boys and girls to use. And while some students and adults may feel comfortable using a bathroom layout like that, which entails shared spaces for both males and females, we must err on the side of caution. Middle and high school can be socially and emotionally challenging. Therefore, we must protect our students' privacy in personal spaces like bathrooms and locker rooms. This is why the petition warrant article number 9 was respectfully submitted, requesting that the Jaffrey Ridge School Board create a policy to protect the privacy of our students in personal spaces.
Okay, thank you. You wish to speak to the warrant article?
Valerie Carey, Ringe. I just really wish to respond to what was just stated about Keene High School's bathroom. The bathroom at Keene High School is a large open space. There is no wall enclosing the front of the bathroom because it is no longer a bathroom. There are doors along the outside wall that go floor to ceiling, providing more, not less, privacy to every student. Current school bathrooms allow gaps between the doors, above and under, that provides way less privacy and far less monitoring, with the front wall open to what used to be a bathroom and closed doors to every stall. Cameras in the hallway can see into the space where we all can privately wash our hands, but use the facilities behind a closed door that is floor to ceiling. It provides more privacy, not less, more monitoring, not less.
Okay. Good, sir, you have the floor.
Mike Deliberative from Ringe.
You can raise it up if you want, otherwise
Yeah,
you're
thank
going to get scrunched back.
I guess I have a comment and then a suggested amendment or revision. The comment is that the petitioner explained their reasoning for the petition, but what they addressed was not anything related to separating biological and gender ideological bathroom choices. It was about should there be a boys' room and a girls' room. I would propose that the amendment, the article be modified by simply saying that supports a student's right to privacy, period. And delete everything after that.
Okay, if I understand you correctly, sir, what you're saying is, shall we delete and separates biological and gender ideological bathroom choices?
Yes, supports a
Okay,
student's
is there a
right to
second
privacy,
that?
period.
Okay, is there a second to that? Second by Leslie McLean. Okay, discussion on the amendment. Do you wish to speak to the amendment, sir? I know you were. Okay, before, is there anybody who wishes to speak to the amendment? Yes.
The way the amendment is worded will just continue to push more students out of your school district who are currently living in Ringe. Just want to say.
Okay. No. Is there anybody who wishes to discuss the amendment? Come on up.
Hi, my name is Meg Hartsmith from Jaffrey. I'm really troubled that we're even having this conversation. A lot has been said tonight about the value of climate and, and the social and emotional health of kids. The same person who was concerned about your guidance software because it did address social and emotional needs is now concerned about social and emotional needs in bathrooms. We need a sense of belonging, community, and safety for all of our kids. I support this amendment. I don't have any direct experience with the admin in this school district, but I have the confidence in them to provide safe, secure, and private bathroom accommodations for our students. Current legal cases and statewide legislation may settle this question. Why should we open up the school district to potential legal cases and costs when the question is being dealt with elsewhere in the state? Biology and science may seem black and white, male and female, but there are so many shades of gray. I fear the potential result of this article could be any student being asked to prove their sex. Let's not jump on the bandwagon to create issues where there are none, and let's respect the privacy, physical, and mental health of all students. Support this article.
Okay, further discussion on the amendment, which is to delete and separates biological and gender ideological bathroom choices. Any further discussion on that? Okay, now, believe it or not, certainly the petitioner is right. This is a request for a secret ballot also. As long as 5 people requested a secret ballot, we must have a secret ballot. Now, If for some reason the petitioners are saying, okay, we have a secret ballot on the amendment, like it or not. Now, are the 5 people that signed the article for, I'm sorry, the 5 people that signed a petition for a secret ballot, are they here? And if so, would you please identify yourself?
5.
Okay.
More than 5 on this.
There are approximately 10 people that signed it. Are 5 of those 10 people here? Please hold up your hands. Please hold them up. I don't see hands. Wave your hand so I can see them. If they're not here, there's no secret ballot required. That's ruling from School District Council. Once again, the people who signed a petition requesting a secret ballot on warrant articles 2, 8, and 9, are they here? One? We need 4 more. Okay, it's no secret ballot. The state law requires that it has to be 5 people signed and they have to be here. So what we will do, we will take a hand vote on the warrant article. No, this is on the amendment. This gentleman does not wish to speak on the amendment. We'll come back to him right afterwards. So what we're doing, what we're going to be asking you to do, the amendment is to delete the words "and separates biological and gender ideological bathroom choices." If you pass this, here's how it would read. Petition warrant article requesting that Jaffrey Ridge School District adopt a bathroom policy that supports a student's right to privacy, period. Okay, everyone clear? So if you vote yes, you are saying delete that last phrase, which I just read. If you vote no, you're saying keep it as is. All those in favor of the amendment to delete "and separates biological and gender ideological bathroom choices," hold up your green card. Hold them up high. Okay, he's put them down. Those who are opposed, please hold up your green cards. The ayes have it. The warrant article is amended. Thank you, sir, for your patience. You have the floor. You can speak to the original, to the amended article.
Earl Goddard, Ringe, New Hampshire. I guess there's really not much more to say because that has already passed in a way that I would not see as being
Get a little
good.
closer to the microphone.
As seen as being good. We have, for thousands of years, male and female, and they have been separated to the different places to use their to use the facilities and to.
The gentleman asked to speak, so he's now speaking to the motion, which has been amended. Please, sir, continue. Get close to the mic.
I would oppose this in the sense that it would be stop at privacy as long if it allows for a central gathering of both sexes before they go into, even if it's individual rooms, there should be a further separation as we used to have in school where you had, in the hallway, you had a men's room and a woman's room, and they were used for those biological sexes, and not to have one big room. I don't know what Keene is, I'm not sure, so I really can't say, but I understood it as being one big central room where you have individual stalls for the different ones that could go in there, but they're all intermingled in the, it's not a good policy for young kids, especially for that age. I don't know if there's anything more I can say on this, because it's already been passed as an amendment. I would, if possible, amend it back to what it originally said, and even clarify it if it's possible, but
I would
don't realize we could.
I would suggest, sir, that if you wanted to amend it to where it was, given the vote, I would sense that it would probably be defeated.
Exactly, but I would hope that those that that voted for it would consider the children in their sensitive state to these type of things, and that you wouldn't expose those that may be offended in a situation that it may arouse from not having a real complete separation. I would hope that the school board and whoever's designing would design it in such a fashion that it would be safe for each. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Tinger, Mark.
Mark Teague, Jaffrey. Two things. First of all, I'd like to thank everybody here for the conduct of the meeting tonight. Number one.
Yes, yes.
Number two, I'd like to thank you, Bob, because you have done a masterful job with a very tough meeting. Thank you.
The wine will taste very good after I'm done working with my students when I get out of here. Yes, sir.
Kevin McClung, Jaffrey residence. This is about the amendment, right?
No, sir. This is the warrant article has been amended.
Okay, as amended. I support it. Well, it's a lot better than it was as originally written. It had the unintended effect of demonizing a vulnerable minority group who were an elevated risk for hate crime. So it is a lot better than it was a few minutes ago. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Okay, seeing nobody else approaching the microphone, I sense you're comfortable with warrant article 9 as amended, which will read as petition warrant article requesting the Jaffrey Ridge School District adopt a bathroom policy that supports the student's right to privacy, period. Accept the motion to restrict reconsideration? Got it, Leslie? Okay, and a second? Okay, who said that? Dan, thank you. All those in favor of restricting reconsideration? Opposed? Ayes have it. Moderator wishes to make a quick comment before you all depart. Again, thank you for your patience. Moderators are supposed to be neutral. I'll tell you, sometimes it's hard to be so, and if a moderator tells you anything different, they're speaking with forked tongue. I've had the opportunity, the privilege of substituting at the Jaffrey Grade School, the Conant Middle High School, and also the Ringe Memorial School. I'm just going to make one statement. You've got damn good teachers. We'll accept a motion to adjourn. Motion to adjourn. Second by Mark Tager. All those in favor signify so by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Good night.